Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I am David Sponheim, and today is Technology Thursday. Welcome. We are almost giddy from all the revelations that are pouring out left and right from the release of the Mueller report. At least some people are able to see whatever was redacted, which says a lot about the whole process. Barr needs to resign. He didn't recuse himself like Jeff Sessions, and he had even more reason to recuse himself because he wrote a gleaming favorable letter in favor of Michael Flynn when Rod Rosenstein was just starting the process. And had Rod Rosenstein listened to Barr then, we would still have a Russian agent in the National Security Advisor position. That's pretty serious. And Barr also said not to investigate obstruction early on before the investigation, and that alone makes him too subjective to make a decision here. So Barr is way out of line. He is obstructing. What needs to happen is this entire document, unredacted, needs to go to the Supreme Court somehow. And I'm not sure the methodology to do it, but the judges, federal judges, have to pipe in on this to say what needs to be redacted and what not. As far as I can tell, and I've had a series of tweets today that kind of a frenzy of tweets this morning. Here's my new Twitter account. It's the same account, it's just a new picture. That's me looking out over the skyline of Seattle and Puget Sound in the district. We were at a conference, Sarah and I were in when we took this picture. But yeah, I had a lot of things to tweet today. Barr has made a judgment call on obstruction, I said. Mueller's 448-page investigation said it was unable to determine that no criminal conduct occurred. So Mueller was unable to determine that no criminal conduct occurred in this entire case. So it looks more and more like Mueller never said no obstruction. Barr made that determination. You know, all I'm doing is a daily show. We have a good 9 hours of endless broadcasting, and you can watch our reruns every night. But we do a full 5-hour live show, which is kind of unprecedented, and a 4-hour video show in the evening to back things up. Okay, I'll check out the link that you're sending me over there. Let me see what people are sending me links, images. Oh, wow. Michelle Obama was on a Paris cruise when Notre Dame caught fire. No kidding. Interesting. We have a photograph of her on the cruise. She was on a Parisian cruise when the Notre Dame... What does this have to do with anything? She's drinking some Chardonnay, it seems. I know my wine. Did I say she? I meant he. I keep calling he, she a she when I should be calling him a him. Scissorfy's got something. Mueller report reveals clashes in Trump's inner circle over the Russia probe. Good to know.
A big piece of this report does not exonerate the president, a sitting president, on an extremely serious charge of obstruction of justice.
We need to see the full report to really understand the evidence that was collected, where we stand with the obstruction charge.
Well, Democrats clinging to hope on obstruction since Robert Mueller's investigation didn't pan out the way many of them had predicted. We're pretty confident of.
Yeah, but is it possible for President Trump to obstruct justice on a crime that it appears he did not commit, according to Bob Mueller? Here to discuss that is attorney Elliot Feely. Thanks for coming on this morning. That's a big question. I mean, if you didn't do something, how do you obstruct the investigation into it?
Theoretically, it is possible to be found guilty of obstruction even if there is no underlying crime. Yep. If, for example, there's an investigation where you're afraid there might be extreme embarrassment and you asked witnesses to lie, you pay witnesses to lie, you fabricate.
Or maybe you fire the guy who's investigating you, like Trump fired Comey. Oh, believe me, the media is ripe with information. Now I just have a clarification to make. Michelle Obama was on a cruise overseeing the waters of Paris with an image of Notre Dame in the background. And if you look at the dome, you'll see the dome of her glass. You'll see that there is Notre Dame in the background burning. So apparently she was toasting to the burning of Notre Dame. And again, I have to say he, she. That's pretty, very, very suspicious, and also appreciate the link. Yeah, it kind of leads me into my next question, which is what I believe we should do. And I know this is kind of an outside thought, but take a look at Notre Dame, the damage. Imagine a dome over it. That's what I envision, a beautiful dome, and the gardens as well as seating areas, multiple layers. This is what I perceive would be the best thing. So I'm going to suggest that they change Notre Dame to Notre Dame Cathedral. Okay, you heard it first here on the show. I think that's the best thing they can do, is just put up a plastic dome over it. Makes more sense from my perspective. But hey, the Notre Dame Cathedral, yeah. Doesn't that sound like a modern redress of the very disastrous? It is clever, thank you. And I came up with that today. So I'm the first to talk about an entire greenhouse, and I know that art inside will be potentially sun-worn, but hey, it's been through a fire. Let the sun, do its thing too. Wouldn't that be a great idea, and a lot cheaper than rebuilding it? Okay, so Liberty Nation, Mueller, read full. You've got the full report with redactions as well. I don't think we can wade through 400 and some odd pages. It's going to take a lot of reading. I did clip a couple things out, and I'll talk about those briefly in a second. Liberty presents the Mueller report, read in full. Oh, wow. Look at that. They got the whole report there. They already scanned it, and they've been busy. Oh, look at all the redactions. Oh, my gosh. Look at this. All these areas where Donald Trump was either involved with... This is what I don't understand. If there's so many redactions related to the current trial of Roger Stone, and the reason why they're redacting, according to Barr, is it all relates to, we don't want to prejudice the jury regarding Roger Stone. Roger Stone is a complete throw-in scapegoat in this matter. I don't believe that Roger Stone has anything to do with this. He's just like a beltway gadfly who loves attention. And he got himself caught in the middle of the Mueller probe. I believe that they used Roger Stone to divert our attention from Seth Rich. I don't believe Roger Stone was the guy who had any of those emails, or even knew specifically who sent them. I think they came from Seth Rich, and I'm very suspicious that Seth Rich isn't even mentioned in the Mueller report. I mean, how can an entire DNC event be ignored that is related to Russian hacking of the election and the emails that they received at WikiLeaks? I mean, this is ridiculous. There's so many mistakes made by Mueller at this point, including not getting, thank you, sure, including not getting a subpoena for Donald Trump's tax returns, as well as not prosecuting Paul Manafort in the second trial, which he was facing on money laundering, which would have revealed the Russian oligarch connection to Donald Trump. Mueller's report is incomplete. I believe that it's incomplete. I know all these pages of nonsense and minutia may very well flesh out something, but it doesn't have the hard evidence that we needed. And it's there. Am I in the report? I don't know. You guys do a word search for me and find out if I am. You know there's been Russian attacks on our show, and you know that I've been the first guy to talk about Russian collusion way back 8 months before the election. We're not going to allow that. We're not casting. No, we're not casting 10 hours on Easter. Sorry. The Ebola outbreak in Congo is close to becoming a global emergency. You know, that's the way it was when Obama was president, and he invited 14 Ebola victims into our country. So I kind of don't believe it. I think the CDC does a lot of fakery when it comes to Liberia and the Congo and Ebola. I think the fact that you're even talking about it is good, because we need to worry about it. But chances are it's just another diversion from the reality that Donald Trump got his fingers caught in the cookie jar again. The Mueller report, or Mueller rejects the view that presidents can't obstruct justice. So this somehow gives Mueller some validity. Hang on. Mueller is trying to grab some validity, if he can find it, after making a big mistake, closing the case too soon and not following up on the Paul Manafort case and not following up on the 10 years of tax returns. Mueller was insufficient. and he should not even draw a salary. In fact, I would begin an investigation into Robert Mueller for conspiracy and possibly obstruction as well. Mueller has done a piss poor job of analysis in this matter, and I see so many glaring, inexcusable problems. Let me look at my link library, and I'll go through them one by one. It's the very least I can do. Yeah, here we go. Okay, we already established that Mueller's report basically has been made a judgment call by Barr on obstruction. But Mueller did convince us of one thing, that he was unable to determine that no criminal conduct occurred. So chances are criminal conduct occurred. That alone tells you a lot right there. And then we go on to this story. The infamous PP tape was referenced in the Mueller report and shows that Mueller did not investigate it for some reason. That's right. Slate.com has the story, and I said that this concerns me since there was conflict in testimony regarding that night in Moscow in 2013. That night, Donald Trump claimed that he was at the hotel and that just changed his clothes and went out the night. The testimony from his bodyguard, long-standing bodyguard of 14 years, was that Donald Trump went to bed that night and he saw him go in his bedroom and he closed the door. Okay, that's a direct conflict of interest or conflict of testimony. Completely. Donald Trump didn't stay in the hotel, so where was he that night? And we do have confirmation from the bodyguard that they were approached by 5 prostitutes for a sexual evening. So what happened was Donald Trump went to the door with his bodyguard, said, hey, I'm going to bed, good night, and then changed his clothes, went back out and met the 5 prostitutes. Yeah. And then a Russian general by the name of Oleg Erevinkin, an FSB general, had information to this effect and even had the photographs, and that was called the dossier. Christopher Steele got the dossier from this man who summarily was killed on Boxing Day in Moscow of a heart attack. And it was suspicious. The media in Russia covered it up. Putin won't talk about it. This is the smoking gun. This man lost his life delivering the dossier. Christopher Steele is 85 to 95% accurate, according to him, and you have no reason to doubt him. Christopher Steele doesn't have a spot in his record. He was a top-level MI6 officer, highly respected, and to this day is a paragon of virtue in the eyes of the world. So that, too, is being covered up by the Republicans. Obstruction of justice is clearly in play now, I said. How can we ignore the sex selfie found in a legal deposition in Trump's file? This is another striking piece of evidence that is not mentioned in this document that I know of. Although I haven't read it, I haven't heard about the sex selfie yet, and I'm assuming many people have done the read. Robert Mueller went ahead and sued 12 Russian companies. One of them was Concord Management and Consulting. They managed to sue Robert Mueller back. And in court cases, you have to present evidence in discovery. Well, the evidence that Mueller presented was an inventory of all the things in the Mueller file on Donald Trump. And one of those things was a sex selfie. So there is a sex selfie that's not being discussed in this exhaustive discussion of Donald Trump's guilt or innocence. Now, there's nothing more personal than a man's privacy. And Donald Trump, I would think, would be just like any other man, wouldn't want their body seen, unless, of course, they're a porn star. So I'm assuming that that sex selfie is still in play and that Mueller can't even talk about it. It may very well be one of the redacted items. I'm assuming it may be, if indeed he talked about it. But that in and of itself poses a huge question. Is Donald Trump living under the threat that somebody in Russia has a sex selfie on him? And if so, how can he possibly be running the administration in an objective way with no interference from Russia? Especially in lieu of the fact that Donald Trump met with Russian dignitaries, diplomats, the day after he fired James Comey and said that he wanted to end the Russian thing to Lester Holt. How can he have a meeting with just a day after with Russian diplomats videotaped by the TASS news agency, and that not made public to the American people. Plus, Donald Trump has been very, very deceptive in hiding every single verbal transaction he's had with Vladimir Putin. 6.5 hours, secret meetings, no notes. In fact, he told the lady that was taking notes in the first meeting to get rid of them and burn them. That's willful attempt to tamper with evidence by Donald Trump. Now, no meetings were ever recorded. Now, I've heard Republicans tell me, Dave, when Ronald Reagan met Mikhail Gorbachev, they didn't have any notes taken. Well, I would agree, that's true, but Ronald Reagan wasn't under investigation for collusion with Russia. That's the difference. And Donald Trump had every chance to get ahead of this early on in the election and just have all of his meetings with Putin recorded, but he didn't do that. Also evidence of collusion. Okay, Justice Scalia is making some pretty ridiculous statements here. He says he's still alive. We're supposed to believe you. Okay. All right, I'll make a note of that. Thanks. Don't you think it's best that maybe you take a selfie of yourself and maybe post it out there that you're still alive, Justice Scalia? Yeah, we find it very hard to believe that what you're saying is true, but I did make a note of it in my file. Okay. You have any other things you'd like to reveal as well? Maybe the conspiracy to have you killed, you may know more about that. The Democrats did something, I'm sure. Michael Savage, NBC admits Barr summary tracks very closely with Mueller report. Ben, we don't take your BS crap from NBC. Now that NBC wants to be nice to Donald Trump, that's no longer relevant here. Barr and Mueller are not on the same page. And the very evidence that the sex selfie is out there. Hey, you want the link? You can go to my Twitter account if you want it, but here's the Washington Times, and you can find out about the sex selfie. Yeah, here it is. We're not going to put this thing to rest anytime soon, in case you're wondering. It doesn't take a genius to see that Trump is malicious and crooked. What I believe is going is a constant, endless loop avoiding the facts. I think so too. I agree. Good point. Mueller investigated rumored compromising tapes of Trump in Moscow. Again, the Steele dossier is 85 to 95% accurate, based on Christopher Steele's assessment as a top MI6 agent. You've never been able to claim that Christopher Steele was some scumbag, have you? You Republicans just can't do that. A top MI6 agent picks up something from a Russian FSB general who then dies, and you don't consider that suspicious? Putin won't talk about it? Wow. I wouldn't want to have you in a courtroom defending me. Not at all, Tom. I resent that. I build a lot of arguments on facts. In fact, I've got a very interesting video I just made and uploaded to 153news.net. It's a recent video I made. Yeah. Certainly something that you might enjoy, just checking out some facts. Sure. That's not a son of mine, no. I don't have a son. Yeah, I think maybe you can check that out. I'm playing this on 153news.net, but actually, I better not play it. Yeah. I just realized they could kick me off YouTube if I played it. I better not play that, yeah. Anyway, I just made a reveal about the fact that I've been repeating over and over again that there's been only one open casket burial in recent history. In the past 10 years, out of all these terrorist attacks, 50 different terrorist attacks, there's been only one open casket, and it was the Charleston shooting. The pastor, Clemente Pickney. Yeah, he was the only one out of all the people that died. And the strangest thing about this open casket video is, yeah, it showed a body of a person that looks kind of like, well, the head is definitely disfigured. I am not related to Count von Sponheim, no. The head is definitely disfigured. You can see that, right? But the real telltale sign is when you line up the head with the actual photograph of the person, and you can see that a wax dummy is completely being used. The ear is 1 inch lower. Now that's suspicious. 1 inch lower. Why would the only reveal of a body of all the different terrorist attacks, the only open casket, look like a wax dummy? And you can see the head deformation here. This is common among wax dummies. Yeah. That's very suspicious. It's like a lump that wax, when it settles, it bulbs out, and it creates a vector. You can go to Madame Tussauds and talk to them, and they'll tell you the truth. Civilian on observation ride accidentally ejected from fighter jet. This is why I did not go on a Navy ride. They were willing to give me a ride in my local Navy, one of the jets they were flying, and I was the news director in my area at a radio station, and they told me that I could ride in one of the jets, and I said no. And everyone thought I was an idiot. Like, dude, you have an opportunity to ride in one of these cool jets, you know? Like, dude. It's like, no, they're causing ear damage flying over my house. So it takes an intense amount of rigorous training before a pilot is allowed to fly a fighter jetter. They're very expensive planes, which are also complicated to fly, so only the best get the opportunity to do so. Pilots also have to eject sometimes when things go wrong, and they're trained for that eventuality as well. Civilians aren't, though, so you can imagine the horror of a 64-year-old man who was on a ride-along with the French Air Force last month when he was accidentally ejected from the jet. Yeah, no pictures of his horror, so it's kind of hard to sink my teeth into that one. Thanks, Dark Engine. Yes, you can use yogurt as a mayo substitute in the pasta salad. I talked about that. I said yogurt is perfectly fine. So they had World War II aircrafts at a local air show today. Yeah, they are pretty cool. I know, they're great. You know, I love the aviation history in America, and I've been to quite a few air shows. And I've seen how dangerous they fly and how many of them cause crashes. You know, these guys sometimes go out the last days of their life flying an old rickety plane for a bunch of kids looking up going, "Look, Ma." You know, it's kind of sad, actually. Okay, I'm not really tracking what you're saying, Wreckful. Navy SEALs they didn't show bin Laden's body because they canoed his brains in? No, I don't believe Osama bin Laden was killed in Abbottabad. There's strong pieces of missing evidence in that case. For instance, nobody on the ground, the 9 family members, were ever interviewed. No one was ever interviewed of the 9 people. They were shuttled from country to country and finally disappeared into the background of the world. But when you look at Osama bin Laden's face, and you see his, obvious, this is the real picture of him. And then you look at Osama bin Laden's faker, which was a guy younger than him or appeared to be younger. It doesn't add up. Yeah, let's get his picture in there for you. Well, let's be clear. The whole thing with Abbottabad happened when Donald Trump used my idea of the birther issue, and I'm the birther candidate from 2008, used my birther idea in 2012 against Barack Obama, and Barack Obama showed a long-form birth certificate which didn't quite match what it should have been. In fact, experts say it was a fake. Right after that, bingo, they managed to somehow capture Osama bin Laden. Well, I'm sorry, but this is not the same person. And to cite one specific piece of evidence for you to focus on that, because I know a lot of people look at various things and say, oh yeah, it looks like the same guy. The nose knows. And when you analyze the nose, you can see they're different noses. it doesn't take an extreme genius to realize that you're dealing with a kind of a sharp indentation there, whereas here you're dealing with a kind of an oblong indentation. Slight difference, but it's definitely noticeable. There's other aspects that are not accurate. The face of this man is supposed to be an older version. He has no gray hair. And Osama bin Laden was a Wahhabi, a strict Wahhabi, Islamic Wahhabi. You can never ever use dye on your hair. It's considered disrespectful to the faith. So the entire story of Abbottabad was concocted in order to cover up the birth certificate issue of Barack Obama. And I can go into detail beyond that. Next. We don't need any donations from foreign governments or foreign individuals, Pitoro, so don't waste your time. Thank you. Kate Smith, God Bless America. How is that related to what we're talking about? I was just showing you a picture of Michelle Obama toasting to the burning of the actual Doma above Notre Dame. In the picture, the back of her cup, she was on a cruise outside the waters of Paris. She was on a cruise and she was toasting to it. Literally the burning of, see the flames in the background? It's very evident on the picture on the glass. You know, she was drinking wine, yeah, and toasting to the event. It makes you wonder what's going on. Now, the official statements from France at this point is that it's an electrical fire. That's technically impossible, simply because there was a person that called in a fire report 23 minutes before the actual fire started. Somebody must have broke ranks and said it was going down in advance. That's advanced knowledge. There's no way that would be a coincidence. So whatever they say, electrical fire, that's just BS. It's a cover-up for what truly is arson. And many people believe it's an attempt to fulfill a prophecy that the Illuminati made, that they would be burning it down. Yeah, very strange. Tom Ain, the one on the left is taken straight on the second, from second above to the left. Thank you. You can't donate anything if you're a foreign person. You're not a U.S. citizen. Thank you. Do not donate. Yeah, like Nero laughed while Rome burned. Good point. Or let them eat cake, Marie Antoinette. Coming from a transgender woman who's sitting there toasting to the burning of one of the most hallowed churches and edifices in Christian history is kind of like the icing on the cake for the Luciferians that run the world. They would love to erase the history of Christianity and Judaism. They'd love to have Muslims run into our streets and take our life savings and use every means possible to drain our country. That's why the border is still not up. You see, Trump used my idea to get noticed, the 1,000-mile border fence. And believe me, it was a selling idea. It was a solid idea, and I would have gladly pushed for it initially myself, but I got no coverage. I've been completely censored in America. The more I do this show, the more they censor me. They can't stop me, so they just shut me down from the newscasts of any mainstream media venue. So I'm always being shunned, and this effort is not unnoticed. I mean, we're doing our best at every level, and we've reached a lot of people around the world, and they're seeing the censorship. So we know these scumbags are up to something pretty screwed up, and they're trying to manipulate America, being we're the strongest. Sticking Putin in charge of our country is just one of the many steps that they're engaged in. They don't plan on me. I'm the loose card that doesn't go away. I'm not the Joker per se, but I'm the loose card in the configuration of this future plan of theirs. They can't calculate. They never planned on me. They never planned on the internet. These people who had a goal 500 years ago of using every method they know about humanity to manipulate us didn't realize the internet and individuals as strong as I am were going to face up to them. So they're up to every means possible to stop us. Many people have received a lot of money to censor us, and I can definitely attribute that to the simple fact that people are buyable. I'm the instruction card in the deck of cards, that's right. You know, we're not going to be able to go anywhere because my life is at risk. As you know, I've had over 1,000 death threats. And as much as I'd love to make light of that fact and say, oh yeah, sure, I could go hit the town, no problem. It's synonymous with global nuclear devastation for me. I don't want that. I don't want to be derailed from this effort by, you know, being in a plane and having the plane go down because they can hack into the navigation systems of any plane. We know that for a fact, and our government isn't even investigating all the potential hackable navigational issues going on in our planes. We've got a government purposely asleep at the switch because they've been told not to investigate anything related to what is going on behind the scenes. It certainly wouldn't matter. I mean, I'd have to take a boat to get there, and then I'd be worried about the people in the boat. Although I'd love to take a cruise with Sarah. It would really be nice. She and I have talked about that.
Extra hit to your wallet every time you fill up. A mystery gas surcharge costing Californians billions.
I'm sure that whoever is getting the money is not interested in having this investigated.
Wow.
KPI X5 News at 5 begins right now with a hidden charge adding insult to injury at the pump. Good evening, I'm Alan Martin.
And I'm Veronica Dela Cruz. The mystery surcharge has cost Californians $20 billion a year since 2015. No small drop in the bucket as gas tops $4 a gallon. KPX5's Kit Doe trying to find out where all that money is going.
$20 billion in mystery surcharges? Who is pocketing all this money? The thing is, nobody knows, and more importantly, it seems that nobody in Sacramento wants to find out.
Wow. More corruption from California. Yeah. Newsom's already off to a steady pace of allowing corrupt fuel taxes in a state that's already bankrupt. Unbelievable. You know, this is a classic example of how they operate. They know they can tax, the Democrats do, and they know they can slip money out of your pocket through quick surcharges. And they don't even bother. The legislative process is ignored. It's happened in Washington many times. Washington State continues to have these Democrats pull little maneuvers, and then you see in the elections 6 months later or a year later rescinding those things that the state legislature did. They do all kinds of things. They have to be called back with referendum to be honest. It's the worst corrupt Democratic state in the union that California is, with a close second with Washington, Illinois, and New York. Florida is close fourth or fifth there. Pete Buttplug is a Democrat, that's right. He claims he's leading, but nobody can corroborate it. I think he just wants to be the pitcher in the relationship. Shocked all this time has passed. Cairo cops never got away with the guy. Yeah, that's the thing. There is no police report on file for the swatting that occurred here. And that means that there is no statute of limitations on the swatting that occurred here, which I have a video of that Cairo interviewed me on. They're culpable, and they will be called to task if I continue to be successful, and I believe I will be. Everybody who was up to the swatting attack on us, including inside information I have received since then, will be added to the list of things that we'll be investigating. Our government will have a very robust Justice Department, let me just say that. And their task will be to open up various investigations to deal with the tremendous corruption that's plagued our nation since the two-party system devoured it. Believe me, I'm not going to let any stone go unturned. We're going to look at every single category in which corruption may have been used. Okay, so Sarah is in the room, and I'm going to continue on and make a little coffee and take a break. It's been nonstop for me. I've been making dinner. I made a super pasta salad for $5 that'll feed 8 people, and I showed you how easy it was. Pretty cool. Hi, Sarah.
Hello.
So let me show you basically just the news there. Mueller rejects the view that presidents can't obstruct justice. So Mueller was not the determiner, though, on this. Barr was. And Barr had already prejudiced himself when he wrote that letter to Rod Rosenstein, 19-page letter ahead of the investigation. So where the Democrats go with this, I'm not sure. We're still worrying about that. The Democrats are signing on to the impeachment process. I know that Ocasio made a big thing of signing on today. I certainly hope they move fast on the impeachment now that we know that the redacted version looks guilty as charged. Thank you.
Very interesting. Thank you so much. Thanks for sharing, Dark Engine. Dark time in my life. I don't really like reliving that experience. I haven't eaten the meal yet, but I will eat the meal that David cooked. It looks good. It's one of his usual casserole deals. So David's pretty good at making casseroles. It's one thing he definitely does well. No, not that I am aware of. I believe it's still an open investigation that's probably not being actively investigated. I mean, it's open, it's never been closed, but I don't know how much effort the local authority are putting into actually catching anyone. No, I've never gotten sick from David's meals. What's nice... Okay. Yeah, I'm sure it's gonna be fine. I didn't eat it yet, but I will eat David's dish in a minute. In a little while. Ate a lot of David's dishes. My only concern is like all that pasta. I do like pasta, specifically with pesto, but did David put eggs in it? No, but I don't like gifts unless they're... David did not get me an Easter gift, which I should get David an Easter gift, I guess. Maybe. But I don't like gifts unless they're something useful. Like food or chocolate or... Yeah, it looks pretty good. It's like, yeah, his pasta and olives and broccoli and chicken or something, he said. Oh, like hard-boiled eggs? That's fine. I'm okay with hard-boiled eggs. That's that egg, actually I don't mind it too much. He loves making pasta dishes because of his love for me. That doesn't make sense to me. He does love to cook for me, that's true.
Yeah, I put in 3 hard-boiled eggs in there.
Okay, 3 hard-boiled eggs.
From that batch that your friend gave you.
Okay, I do like hard-boiled eggs sometimes, yeah. He said he was thinking about surprising me by hiding eggs around the house. Maybe I should surprise him by hiding eggs around the house. Ew, what's that smell 6 months later? Oh yeah, I forgot I hid that there. For Easter. Yeah, my friend does. She has a garden and she has chickens and yep. She said, "Do you eat eggs?" I have a whole bunch of chicken eggs. And I said, "Yeah, I guess David." I said, "I'm okay with eggs, like I'll bake with them, but David loves eggs." Loves eggs. And I do like those brown eggs, that's pretty cool. Yes, look who's here, it's Dry King. ZZ Top, what's that smell? It reminds me I'm reading a book called Mr. Stink. It's an English book. Pretty cool. Who's Sunchild? All right. Oh, really? Is she here? That's so weird. I'm sorry, Misanthropy. I know. That's what I just think of you as a friend. Am I not allowed to talk to men because they think I'm flirting with them? Or people think I'm flirting with them? I don't know. I do think some men think I'm flirting with them when I'm just trying to be nice. But exactly. Well, David and I are more than friends to each other. Oh, that's funny because I talk to men better than I talk to women sometimes, but actually I don't talk to that many men anymore. Ever since I met David. Well, we're lifelong partners. Tom, David and I are lifelong partners. Loyal to each other. Loving. Yeah, those are good guys to talk to, Misanthropy. So my newest book is that I'm listening to, an audiobook, is called The 4-Hour Work Week. And I like it because it says certain things that I like, yes, it justifies some of the things I've been doing lately. Like, don't waste your time, like avoid information. One of the things is like, I don't listen to the news or read a newspaper. And that way, you know, when you finally do talk to someone, you could be like, so what's new in the world? You could be like, really? Wow, I didn't know that. And the person says they still vote, and they vote based on like their conversations with their close friends, and they watch one of the presidential debates. Wait, what? Meta-Nemesis? Meta-Nemesis is a woman? Wait, what? Wait, did we have this conversation before? Yeah, and neither would I, Miss Anderby. You're right. This is not a dating site. I do like looking at the weather. Mainly because in order to work in the garden, I don't want it too rainy. It looks like today is rain, tomorrow is rain, but Saturday is actually sunny, and Saturday and sunny, Sunday, Saturday and sunny day. Saturday and Sunday are both look pretty sunny, so that's nice. Hello, Mayaskit. Mayaskit. Oh, right. Tomorrow's Good Friday, then Holy Saturday, and Easter Sunday. Wow. Well, I definitely will have to fix it soon. Bangolitis. It's around 80 degrees in Kennewick today. Man, do you guys get a lot of snow though, Drag King? There's school for us tomorrow. Oh, Atlantic City has an Easter bonnet parade on Sunday. Interesting. I do have a dress I can wear for Easter. I hadn't really thought of that. That's a good idea. Maybe I'll use Easter as my mark to start wearing skirts and dresses. I am wearing a skirt right now. But underneath my skirt, I'm wearing these, like under, it's 32 degree heat, like leggings. Okay, why don't you go to the bathroom? That's where you should be doing that. And you don't need to be sharing about it. Well, it's not really under my, see my legging and this is my skirt and this is my legging. It's not like under my skirt, it's like below. Anyway, never mind. It's like goes all the way down, so it's like a legging. And then, anyway. So I don't really feel like it's just leggings. It's not even hose. It's not even hosiery. Do you have a washcloth? Okay, Bangolitis, if you say so. Yeah, these are like tights, but they're, yeah, anyway. I usually wear them as like long johns in the winter. And then I guess this time of spring I wear them as leggings. Because I'm just still too cold to just go with a pair of stockings. Oh, the stockings with the clips. I like the stockings with the clips. But I only wore them like once or twice. Yes, I have this great new way to do ungrouping with subtraction. Well, not new. Yeah, new. I mean, a way that like I didn't really, it's like it makes so much sense. Okay. I don't have my touch screen in here anymore, so let me get my paint. And I'll do my best to do it with the mouse. I would love to teach someone subtraction. The problem is I can't like record the little segments like I used to be doing.
No, Nita is not capable of learning math. This is an ongoing thing with Misanthropy.
I just wanted to show people my really easy subtraction window.
Anybody can learn from this method.
Anyone could do it.
Yeah.
If you know, well, do you know the groups of numbers that add up to 10? Like 1 plus what equals 10? 2 plus what equals 10? 3 plus what equals 10?
Pretty basic.
You know that? If you can do that, then you can do subtraction. Okay, yes, you can get a calculator.
I want to tell you briefly, before you start, that our Twitter hits were huge. Our impressions were huge over the PolitiChat. But my
So I
point
should keep doing it?
we should, because my point, we have had the same number of people following us, with thousands of people hearing the PolitiChat. Our numbers were really good.
Okay.
So my point is accurate, that we are being censored. They're keeping the follower count locked in place. And your
Okay.
point is also accurate. We are getting a lot of impressions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then maybe I'll keep going with
It was a
PolitiChat.
success, as far as I can see. The metrics show it was a success.
Okay. We were thinking it wasn't a success, so. All right. So one of the things I'm working on recently, and will be working on coming up, is subtraction with ungrouping. When I was going to school, and maybe when you were going to school, they called it borrowing. So I'm going to start with a problem that is just a 2-digit number with borrowing. So we have something like 73. Oops. I'm writing with a mouse, excuse me. I'm sorry, it's not very good because I'm not using like a pad or anything like that. I'll do this one. Okay, 73 minus, oh, that's not good. This isn't good. Oh, let me go back. Just type it, Sarah. Okay, I'll type it. Let me add it, this font. So we have 70, wait, I'm going to do a space 73 minus 28. Now, my favorite part to do is, so first when we were going to school, we were taught, well, 3, you can separate out. So let me first do this. You should know that you can separate this out to 70 plus 3. And this can be separated out into 20 plus 8. And then you look at the ones place, and the ones place says 3 minus 8. Well, 3 minus 8 equals -5. And most people, they just don't like dealing with negative numbers. So this is when they are like, well, if you have 3 things, you can't take away or give away 8 things if you only have 3 things to give away. So they always say, you can't do that. And I would say, actually, you can do it. You just end up with a negative number. And a lot of people don't like to deal with the negative numbers. So let's go back. So really, that's just to know you can do it. And that's actually, well, my favorite way is to do 3 minus 8 equals -5, and 70 minus 20 equals 50. So then you can rewrite this as 50 minus 5, and your answer is 45. But let's go back. That's a little complicated for people. So I'll go back and I'll show you this. What people usually say is you have to like ungroup or borrow from the 70. So then I'm going to go up here, over here, Sarah. And I'm going to take this apart, and you're going to have 70. This also equals 60 plus 10 plus 3 and plus 3. And so they are 66 tens and 13 and 13 ones. But then this you can do, what's great about this is you can then do the 10 that you took out of the 60, you can do 10 minus 8 from the 28 plus 3 from the 73. So 10 minus 8 is 2 plus 3 is 5. That becomes your ones place.
And then you have 60, because I took the 10 away already. 60 minus 20 is 40. And so your total answer is 40 plus 5, which is 45. How is that complicated? Okay, 73 minus 8. I ungroup the 7, and instead of making it 13, then you have 6 tens left. So you do 10 minus 8 plus 3, and 6 minus 4 is 45. I suppose you all should just use a calculator. Sarah, open up the text tool. Will this ever end? Fine. Don't want to listen to subtraction. It doesn't take a whole sheet of paper per problem. Here, let me go back and erase everything that you guys... Let me just go new. Don't save. I'll do a new one. Hi, Dogbone. So let's do 67 minus 19. Well, I do this a different way in my head, but the big thing is you ungroup from the 6, so then you have 5 left. And then you do 10 minus 9 is 1, plus the 7 is 8. Which is the same as 17 minus 9 is 8. And 5 minus 1 is 40. So the answer is 48. I do that minus 20 plus 1. Yeah, exactly, Steve-O. Or with this one, yeah, you can do round the 19. It's really 19 is the same as 20 minus 1. So you subtract 20 and then add 1 back. Okay. Well, it's hard to... Here. When you said it's hard to do this with the text tool. Here, I'm going to go here. So then, let me go here. What you wanted me to show her was this, the traditional way. So 7 minus 9, and you can't do that. 7 minus 9, you end up with a negative number, and we want to avoid negative numbers. So you have to go over and ungroup the 6. And then you end up with 5 plus 1 is what you end up with. Well, that 1 is really a 10 because it's from the tens place that you're borrowing. So 10 minus 9 is 1 plus this 7 that you still had from before. That becomes 8. And then 5 minus 1 becomes 4. So your answer is 48. That's it. Yes, we were subtracting 19 from 67. That's why I'm saying the 17 minus 9. You don't have to think of it as 17 minus 9. You can think of it as 10 minus 9 plus 7. All right, no one's chatting. Sarah's talking about math. Sarah always talks about math and makes it all complicated when it should be super easy. Well, 18 times 3.5, I would do 18 times 4, which is double and double. So 18 plus 18 is 36, plus 36 is 72. And then I would take away 9. 72 minus 9 is... and that, I'm like taking away 2 and then taking away 7. Is 63. $64. Your beer cooler says another day, and I have not used algebra yet. I do like algebra and pre-calculus. Oh, let's see. No, I do not have that. I don't know how to count cards. Well, especially because then they add 2 or 3 decks, and I know there are people that can count cards. Well, they know who Ronald McDonald is because that's all advertising. But current events and news, or is that current events? George Bush? They know who George Washington is, most of them. Do I ever use cubed roots? Well, the cubed root of 8 is 2. Kids don't know how to play in the dirt these days. My students do. We play in the compost bin. I don't think you're going to be able to monitor that, Ben. I love the abacus. I actually went out and bought more abacuses. 5. Cubed root of 125, 5. That's good, Ben. That's how you should learn to add and subtract, on your fingers and toes. No, but let them... Rex, you're funny. You're so funny, Rex. Anyway. Hey, you never buy your kids a phone? No, but they'd work for it and buy themselves a phone. This little piggy went to market. This little piggy stayed home. This little piggy had goldfish. This little piggy had none. This little piggy cried wee 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 all the way home. Is that what your toes are called? You said you named your toes.
Okay.
Hello, Rex. All right.
All right. Thank you, Sarah. I made you a mushroom burger and the pasta salad and some Brussels sprouts.
Oh, thank you.
Help
What
yourself
if
to
your
the burger.
kids weren't smart?
What if your kids weren't smart?
No, actually, I don't believe people are not born smart.
They're not.
No.
Oh, wow.
Fixed mindset, growth mindset. I believe it's all about perseverance
amazing.
and trying hard. That's what makes me a growth mindset person.
Yeah, I'm a fixed mindset. I obviously believe that people have a certain amount of abilities and that they should meet their, don't exceed your expectations.
Yeah.
I believe that, like,
I believe I can exceed my expectations when I fail and try again.
No, you're welcome to it. I'm not saying your mindset is any better than mine or worse. I just believe that, like the kids that are really suffering from severe autism. Oh, that thing fell down, yeah. The kids that are suffering from severe autism, I know a lot of parents are trying to integrate them back into, business and life. Thank you, Sarah. But, it's difficult. It really is. And it puts a lot of burden on the family to have them completely adapt when they just should get a check and have a nice place to live and enjoy life, I just don't believe that people should bust their butt constantly to meet their new expectations. So I guess I have a fixed mindset. Sarah's right. I think it's good. All right. What an interesting show. Will this ever end, Sarah? No, I don't think it could possibly end. Shows like this are completely automated. You don't have to worry about anything. You just get to sit and watch. It's free. I do what I do because I'm doing it for a personal reason. Kind of like an AI system would be running because it has to run. That's kind of how I am. Not an AI, but I'm doing this because I see a vision bigger than what most people see, and I have to explain that to people every night. I see a world where we actually are living in peace with the planet, balancing our environment, not pushing ourselves too hard to die young, but rather meeting basic expectations. And whenever you want to excel in creative ways, you'll have the opportunity to do that. The world that I want to see will have many more jobs in the tech sector. And you'll be able to work from your home and make $36,000 a year, $3,000 a month. The world I want to see will give everybody a chance to get something, even $500 a month, or something. If you're disabled, you get more than that currently, so that's good. This wax dummy will never have to, be used again. They used it one time to tell the American people that this guy really did die. Well, the wax dummy shows it. He really did die. You can see it from the wax dummy. So they want us to believe things, and they haven't relived this open casket because they did such a bad job with the wax dummy. And they haven't had an open casket before or since in all of the 50 different terrorist attacks our country's faced. Yet so many of you people are lingering in the belief that these are all real terrorist attacks without any evidence. That's the problem. Yeah, he probably melted down once he got out of the refrigerator. They say that there was a wax dummy of Elvis. Elvis Presley in state was quite a casket. They said it was huge. It was like thousands of pounds. And when they carried the casket forward, it was, not a lot of photographs of it. How strange. They think that Elvis may have faked his death, too. Let me see if I can get any picture of him. Huh. Yeah, that's all we've got is Elvis. The casket was thousands of pounds. It took 9 men to carry it. It was, they say, like a refrigerator with a battery in it. But that's close to another wax figure. I've never been to Madame Trousseau's. I've often wanted to go just to see how realistic it was. I understand the rooms are refrigerated when you walk in there, because if it gets above a certain temperature, the whole thing is gone. All that work, all that artistic work. Oh, do you want to talk about Trump? Okay. Trump's done nothing. Listen to me, David. Okay. No problem. We're listening. Fiber, something in the air. It's a nuisance fiber that was floating around in the air. No wall, no new immigration law, no revised immigration laws, no H-1B visas canceled, no DACA repeal, no birthright anchor baby repeal, no sanctuary city lawsuits, no E-Verify requirements, no border closure, no cancellation of the visa lottery, no arrest of swamp creatures of elite pedos. Well, Mad's mom, you're good enough to post, on our show. Yeah, thanks. I'm going to make a special notepad statement from you. It goes up against Justice Scalia coming into the room, who claims he's still alive, and he says a prostitute tried to kill him and a security team took out all the personnel with no discretion. Soon after, I was to a black site and on the neutral country. Justice Scalia. Okay, thanks. And now it goes up there. Now Mad's mom has a really good one, though. Now let's look at this, folks. I mean, this is really very, very astute, and you summed it all up. Thank you. And I want all you Trump-tards to weigh in on this. As of today, no wall, no immigration, no revised immigration, no H-1B, no DACA. No. That's powerful. Yeah. You said it all right there. Good job. Thank you. That deserves presence on our screen. Yeah, and then Trump supported 5G the other day, and it made everybody pissed off. I know. And no stop to the chemtrails, right? Human trafficking or CIA drug running. Yep. Thank you. No stop to GMO food. I'm going to add to it here. He's got more. Thank you. You're doing a good job of summing it all up. Excellent. No support for Assange or WikiLeaks. Apparently I have to make more room for you here. Yeah, you got a litany of things that he hasn't done. And I think everybody should really take note at this point, because while Donald Trump is basking in the joy of having lied to the American people, obstructed justice, gotten away with it, even profited from the White House, we're all like, huh? What? Thank you. Good job, Mad's mom. That goes in my permanent record. In honor of the Notre Dame fire, Ubisoft is giving away Assassin's Creed Unity game on PC for free until the 25th. Register according to Ubisoft. Yeah, you've got the link there. Yep, there it is. They want you to see the actual dome, but I did one better today. I actually went out of my way to establish a brand new Notre Dame, and I'm calling it Notre Dome. Check it out. The new revised system. I want to build a dome over the entire thing. Isn't that cool? I've constructed some sort of a mock dome over it with paste up. But it's the best I could do in about 10 minutes. But the idea is to create this Notre Dame. Yeah. I mean, I think rebuilding it is unnecessary. I think what we should do is, since we have photographs of the original one, what we should do now is just put a dome over it. Steve Piesniak is a former spook and is great intel. He never calls false flags, but says Notre Dame is a false flag. Wow, Justice Scalia, thanks. Back from the dead.
Hi, this is Dr. Pichenik, and let me get straight to the facts. The Notre Dame fire was a false flag. Most of you know by now what a false flag is. We've had one at 9/11. We've had all kinds of false flags under Obama. The key issue is, why did he create a false flag, and who is he? From the very beginning, I said that Macron is a spoiled, entitled child born to two doctors, and one is a neurologist, the other one's a general practitioner internist. That's quite an important profession in France. It's much tougher to be a physician in France than it is in the United States. I know, my father was trained in France. But more importantly, this was a young man who avoided the draft consciously. Does this remind you of anybody else who did a false flag? Yeah, Bush. This comes from a wealthy family. He's sport.
Let's not forget Donald Trump. Yeah. Okay, so this is guy is definitely going to be in our loop tonight. Frenchie false flag Notre Dame, for sure. Thank you. And yeah, Donald Trump avoided his draft situation. 5 times they said he had bone spurs, and the doctor and his doctor's family have said that it was a known fact in their family that their father traded Donald Trump's family a certain favor for free rent. The doctor that did Donald Trump's bone spur analysis and got him out of the U.S. military. And I need to remind all of you that, thank you, Kenny. I need to remind all of you that Vietnam killed 58,000 of your grandparents or your uncles. Many of you are all related to some of the people that died there. And this man, Donald Trump, avoided the draft by claiming he had bone spurs. Yeah. That's my idea of the Notre Dame Cathedral. Thank you. Okay, George W. Bush served in the Air National Guard. Yeah, we can't prove that. We never did find out for sure. Not one person stepped up in the 8 years that Bush was president. I know his dad always resented George W. the Shrub for having gone twice as president. But of the 8 years George W. Bush was president, not one person stepped up from the National Guard saying, I served with him. Think about that. Not one person said they served with George W. Bush. There are people that said they served with John Kerry and that he was a complete buffoon and he screwed up things. And he got all kinds of medals for being there for 6 weeks, but he never really served in a big way. Not like the men that died. We're not doing an Easter Sunday special. No, that's specifically for the Pope. Unless I'm the Pope, I'm not going to do Easter Sunday. We're not religious. Sarah and I are not focusing our life on religion. We've had religious training in our life. I was raised a Catholic. Sarah was raised a Christian. But we don't spend a lot of time in church. We have a personal relationship with God. So my Easter day is a day of solemn, deep thought and prayer for the world that we're living in. I don't need to be seen and dress up in my Easter bonnet, look really primped in my nice thrift store clothes that I have. Or really, that's not my thing. But thank you. And nor should I take away my Sunday, which is my day of rest unto God. Never mind. Never mind, Gilda Radner. That access is denied. That website will not play the picture. Your renewal, eggs and chocolate. Yeah, this could be a time that you could just pig out on chocolate and watch television. Enjoy. Don't take life too seriously. That's my Easter message. Enjoy life, Not enough of you enjoy each other, and I think spending your time with your family is really important on Sunday. Maybe it's a day to get together on the holidays and talk about, try to avoid talking about Trump because it'll be turned into a huge argument. You wouldn't believe what would come out of the woodwork if you start talking about politics. So avoid politics at all costs on Easter. Seriously. It could be a real, point of contention now. Now that we know that Mueller had so many pages indicting and implicating Donald Trump, and Barr acted like he did nothing wrong. Barr is clearly biased, and I'm asking him to disbar himself as Attorney General. Resign, Mr. Barr. You're no longer relevant. William Barr looks very similar to a character in a cartoon. And his name is Porky Pig. Yeah, let's compare, shall we? I mean, surely Porky Pig and William Barr. We've got a match. Oh my gosh. It's a facial match. Look at that. It's almost identical. Yep, very similar. See? All right, thank you. At least I could deliver my message. Yeah, it's total collusion. Not no more collusion, it's total collusion. We're now assuming Barr is working for Russia. You people really are kind of mentally retarded. You Trump-tards. It's weird. There's something wrong with your brain. I understand what's going on in your head. Nothing. And when you're in there thinking Trump could do no wrong when he does nothing but wrong. You're really a kind of an example of how Americans have been dumbed down to the point where the bar has been dropped to William Barr. We're now dealing with a new bar. The new low for America, to have to listen to an attorney general that spouts off well in advance of being chosen as attorney general. He wrote a letter defending Michael Flynn. I wonder what his net worth is. Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out. He worked for Russia. He made a lot of money. Here's what ex-advisor Michael Flynn is worth after selling his home to pay legal bills. Okay, let's take a look. Born in 1958, really? Okay. He has about $480,000 to $1 million after all his legal bills have been paid off. Well, that's good. Can he still go back to Russia and work for Russia now that he's been our national security advisor for 24 days? You have to pass the bar? I don't think he did, Fishware. I think William Barr is using a lot of legalese and gobbledygook to defray any real obvious obstruction charge from manifesting. I believe that simply firing James Comey is in and of itself obstruction, because he fired him not for his incompetence, but because he wanted to end the investigation. If Donald Trump had just said that he's incompetent, he's completely incompetent, he rigged the election in favor of me by calling Hillary Clinton out about her emails 11 days before the election, he's incompetent, but thank you for helping me win the election, James Comey. If he had said that, that would have been okay. It would have not been obstruction. But because he said he just wanted the Russian thing to end, that is implicating Donald Trump, and that is obstruction. And from then on, it's one thing after another he's been trying to obstruct. He tried to get the Department of Homeland Security to say that Russia had nothing to do with our election. And then they finally, Kirstjen Nielsen finally had to admit that they did have something to do with our election 3 weeks later. But Trump actually ordered the Department of Homeland Security to say that they had nothing to do with obstruction. That is obstruction in and of itself. He also ordered the Commerce Department, and these are facts based on history. It's in the ledger. He ordered the Commerce Department to claim that doing business with Russia is in our best interests. There's no study or scientific effort done in economics to say that doing business with Russia is in our best interests. Nothing. There's not a stitch of evidence to suggest that. He made another attempt to obstruct justice when he ordered Commerce to do that. When he told his son, Donald Jr., that, don't talk about meeting the woman who is going to end sanctions, no, and don't mention anything about adoptions, that's talk about the emails. And then according to Sarah Huckabee Sanders, right afterwards, she said that Donald Trump weighed in on Donald Trump Jr.'s testimony. That, unless she doesn't speak for the president, she just admitted that Donald Trump witness tampered. That's another thing that's probably not in the report. Witness tampering is a felony. You can't tell your son what to say. And he was meeting the attorney to end sanctions with Russia. That's a fact. Even she said it. That was her sole job, was to end sanctions with Russia. That in and of itself is clear collusion. Working with Russia to end sanctions, not in any way impose sanctions. And did Donald Trump impose sanctions? 2 years. Hardly any sanctions at all. Only when I raised a stink about it nonstop in our show did he slightly impose some sanctions on somebody. But mostly the Russians have skated and have not had to pay any sanctions. Any type of economic sanctions have not been levied against Russia. Second of all, Donald Trump came out like a blaring idiot, hating our allies over the past 2 years, clearly working for Russia to hate on NATO, clearly doing the bidding of Vladimir Putin, turning a blind eye to our own allies, and turning Europe upside down, thinking that we're a bunch of traitors, going so far as that Europe is now thinking of building their own army in defense of their countries. This is insane. This man is systematically violating our national and international trusts and undermining our relationship with China. Oh my gosh. He sent his daughter over there, who H.R. McMaster called an idiot. He sent his daughter over there to negotiate 38 trademark deals with Xi Jinping, president of China. What did we get in return? Oh, we get to get Chinese chicken. Chickadee China, the Chinese chicken sent to our houses now, or to our restaurants. We don't know what it is. It could be dog meat, cat meat, rat meat. Thanks, Donald. Oh, did I forget? He gave away West Virginia's coal mining rights to a national Chinese company in exchange for his 38 trademarks. What did we get out of the deal? Zero. Where are trade relations with China right now? Ask Jack Ma. He says that won't be restored for another 20 years. Yeah. We could easily win a trade war with China. We're going in the wrong direction with Trump, and you Trump-tards are like a bunch of dumb donkeys leading the way over the cliff. Let's get smart and get Russia out of our government right now. Come on, people. I'm sure you did vote for Trump. Many of you believed him because his ideas were good. He stole his ideas from me. My goodness. Anyway, I seriously wonder if they're going to build a dome over the Notre Dame. I think it's a great idea myself. It could easily save a lot of money, you know, for one. And think of the area. They would have a walkway and a rotunda, a second level, have restaurants. It'd be beautiful. It'd be like a church and a venue for having a nice day out, you know? Anyway, unlike Michelle Obama, who we saw was on a cruise right outside of the Notre Dame fire, drinking and virtually toasting. Check that out. Toasting to the burning flames of Notre Dame. Drinking wine. Now you can see in the picture right there that there's an outline of the smoke in the background off of the reflection. So she's actually she's drinking and virtually toasting to the Paris catastrophe, Notre Dame. The cruise line was right across when the thing caught fire. What's the chances of that not being an arson and them celebrating something in an evil, weird world that we're living in? Yeah. And that's not even a woman, that's a dude. Yeah. And if you need evidence, I have, of course, solid evidence, or rather fleshy evidence, of Michelle Obama having a penis, as evinced by this picture. Well, I'm glad you find it funny. I think it's kind of disturbing that the American people chose a Muslim homosexual married to a transgender for 8 years, and now we've got a gross, corrupt liquidator running our country. I mean, I don't find any of this funny, but it is kind of quizzical and deeply ironic and paradoxical. No, Obama was not our first African-American president. I'm sorry to say, yeah, the first American president was a black man, and it wasn't George Washington. His name was Hanson. The real first black American president. I'll bring you to a link that'll give you some guidance here. Apparently that's not the link. Regarding the real first American black president. Yeah. This will be your education tool. His name was Hanson. He was a Yeah, it was part of the Continental Congress. Do you mind me moving Michelle Obama's penis? Thanks. It was in the way. Yeah, I think I'm done with that. Is that enough evidence of a penis for you? I don't know how many times I have to play that to get you to understand it. Yes, he was only the president under the Articles of Confederation, but you've got to admit it is the first president. He was Kenyan. He had the same background as Barack Obama. Yes, Obama was not our first African-American president. Nice try, though. No, he wasn't a good president in my mind. Obama has cost us an extra $350 billion a year because of Obamacare, and it has not improved services. It actually made a lot of people rich. There are companies that are pharmaceutical companies that have profited from Obama. There's companies that do data processing that have made a lot of money on Obama. One woman in the Midwest became a billionaire on a plan that we came up with in 2010 that Obama copied. In 2010, we presented this idea of gathering data on people's medical records and using it to find out trends in cancer and maybe discover, trends in populations and demographics. That was an idea that we suggested in 2010, and he ran with it. He added it to Obamacare, and the lady who made a lot of money made $7 billion going back to every doctor in America and pulling up records. Obama authorized $40,000 per doctor. Every doctor got $40,000 from Obamacare to do that. They had to go through meticulously in their records and pull up data on people's health hazards and trends. We never planned on that. We planned on doing it from the start of when we implemented it and doing it for free. Veritably building it into the construct of the bureaucracy itself so the doctors just have to fill this out in the future. They used it as a way of banking a lot of money and making a lot of money for the medical community. The $350 billion more we spend per year because of Obamacare is bankrupting us. We're running out of money. Our system is going to be in total failure in the next 5 years. Last week, the states that were running out of money are still running out of money. Their pension funds are all liquidating, even though we've had bullish markets in the stock market for the past, 3 or 4 years. We've had bullish markets, if not 8 years. They're making 30% profit on their pensions, but they're so poorly designed that the number of people collecting pensions has risen to 64% increase, whereas the amount of money they made on their pension plans, these states, was only 30%. So we're still 34% in arrears, even though having a banner year in the stock market because of the bad planning the Democrats and Republicans put into all these pension plans. So we're going to have to rework all the pension plans in America. Federal, state, local, everything has to be revamped, made to be affordable in the future and sustainable. We don't have a sustainable system. We're bankrupting our country every year to the tune of $1 trillion, overspending. If you were to do that right now in your personal life, you'd be on the street eating out of cans of dog food, empty, that the dog didn't finish licking. As of today, no wall, no immigration. Yep. Thank you. You can post that all you want, Matt's mom. Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't mind you spamming that, intermittently. That's perfectly fine. Very well put. You'll be lucky to have dog food. The way our country's running, we're doomed. And Trump is just the ringleader of this parade right down to the toilet. And you can hear it flushing right now. You hear that sound? The sound of our economy flushing down the toilet. How can Trump go from wanting a wall to wanting to flood the cities with immigrants? Because he never understood how to manage it. You see, the 1,000-mile fence idea, I came up with the idea. I measured the distances I needed to secure the border when I proposed it in 2008. The fence idea was bantered about. My father and I were talking about it in 92. Buchanan was talking about it in 92. People were talking about it. It was not a new idea to come up with a fence, but the 1,000-mile fence idea is my idea, and Trump just grabbed it. He said, "Oh, good idea. I'm going to go ahead and create a 1,000-mile wall. We'll call it a wall." And then somebody said, "Well, who's going to pay for this wall? That sounds expensive." Mexico is going to pay for it. And of course, Now, it turns out Donald Trump wants to contract with a Mexican firm, CEMEX, to build the wall, which means that we're going to be paying Mexico for the wall if Trump gets his money, which he won't. Pelosi won't give it to him. And we have a real plan to build this wall. And by the way, building this wall is helping to stop the New World Order. The reason why the wall isn't built and Trump is such a turncoat, a flip-flopper, is because he's just a puppet for the New World Order. They don't want to build a wall. They want our country to flood with illegal aliens and Muslims. They're desperate to have this country collapse. The wall is my idea. Trump just liked it because it was, functional in the campaign. But the cost is very efficient. We've got a container wall plan for $1 billion. And I can build it within a year. The manpower is already in our prisons. We've got illegal aliens that are doing nothing that could work their freedom off and get, work 2 months at the border and stay in a nice trailer, eat chicken tacos, and give them a free ride to the border, and they can go back home. And it'll even give them a little bag of swag they can take with them and $1 a day to earn. $100 in their pocket, some swag, and they're off to their own home country. I just want a little simple solution to turn into something really, really big, like a fence that'll guard our country. Is that asking too much? Trump can't make it happen because he can't think quick enough on his feet. He doesn't have the clarity of vision that I have. That's why I am the originator of these ideas, and he is the liar who stole them. And you wonder why he's failing you. You should never have voted for him. You should have voted for me and gotten behind this party a long time ago. But it's never too late to change. Anyway, Technology Thursday is usually about technology, so we're kind of overwhelmed with the Mueller report right now. Here's a story that's kind of freaky. A nonprofit agency paid $5,000 in bail money to get this guy out for domestic abuse charges. He went home and allegedly killed his wife that night. She died that night. Can you buy a nonprofit cared so much about this man's bail that they got him out feeling like he's going to reform, he's going to do so much to help improve, and then he went right out and killed her. But do you think that nonprofit agency that came up with the bail for that scumbag will even answer their calls? I doubt it. They don't care. These people are just do-gooders. And they actually believe that somehow prisoners are safe and you can reform them. It's okay. People like that guy need to stay in jail. People who have minor offenses for drugs need to get out. Low-level drug offenders, illegal aliens, we could easily have them do a couple months worth of work and they'd save us money. The money that we'd save on the fence would be enormous. We'd actually save the cost of it takes to warehouse 400,000 illegal aliens in our prisons, which is $26 million goes into warehousing these people. Every year. We spend $26 million. Did I say million? I'm sorry, $26 billion to warehouse these illegal aliens in our prison system. See, I rarely work with large numbers, so it doesn't, come easy to think of millions and billions. But yeah, $26 billion a year. 7 times more than Trump is asking, or 5 times more than Trump is asking, 4 times more than Trump is asking for the fence now. We pay in prisons just to warehouse illegal aliens. Kind of ironic, isn't it? Well, I'm a supporter of the death penalty at the federal level, but I respect states that don't want to impose a death penalty. I don't have a problem with that. Yeah, it's a lot of money, $26 billion, add the one. We could really benefit from saving that money on the for-profit prison business, but Trump has turned the for-profit immigration prison business into something that they make money on. Trump never really wanted to build a fence, in my mind. It was just an airhead idea he thought he could implement, a wall. But the fence was always realistic in my mind because a fence is a lot cheaper than a wall. That alone tells you that Trump was out to lunch and then saying Mexico was going to pay for it. I mean, this guy has made more mistakes, one after another. It's disturbing to even talk about the past 2 years. Sure, Lex, what's the question? It costs more to have prisoners actually have a life sentence than it is to put them to death if you limit them to one appeal. The problem with the system right now is it allows people to have multiple appeals on death row. And that's where it costs money. The legal fees add up, and it can be more costly to put a person to death in that respect. The medicine, or the injection that they give them that kills them instantly, there's like a science behind making that so it tortures them while they're dying. I'm thinking that's the most ridiculous expense ever, is to pay for a lethal injection. There are elements out there that if you injected a person a heavy dose of some common element found, I won't tell you what it is, they're dead. And it's not a painful death. It's not an excruciatingly painful death, but it ends the life of a person who ended the life of somebody else. Now, I still draw my capital punishment belief back to the eye for an eye, Hammurabi's Code. Hammurabi's Code dates back to Egyptian times, and an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a death for a death is the application here. But Iran actually offers people choices with the victims. They can choose how they're going to, execute or do whatever to the person that did this terrible crime. But remember Dr. Pettit of Connecticut? He lost his daughters, 2 daughters and his wife, to a couple of rapists who set the house on fire after they raped everybody. Dr. Pettit is still living in constant, his life is destroyed because of what happened and what those men did. And those men actually said that they wanted to die. They wanted to have the death penalty. But the Connecticut governor, Malloy, or I think his name was Malloy, he completely caved in on it, and he's giving these guys a cush life in the prison cells in Connecticut. They'll never, ever be killed because the death penalty will not be imposed in Connecticut, according to him. I'm getting to the point where I don't like clothes at stores because they're made out of polyester. I'm kind of picky that way. I don't even like the idea that, you're getting polyester in every single thing you get. You get socks now, polyester. It wasn't too long ago that you could buy cotton socks. But now, polyester. It's almost everywhere. So you got to go to wool, and then you're getting polyester and wool now. So you really can't get anything decent anymore in textiles. Thanks, China. Yeah, I certainly would love hemp socks. Yeah, who wouldn't? Sarah might even, wear them. But the thing is, we're already overdone. We've got too many socks. Sarah went through her drawers and she pulled out 2 new boxes of Dickies that I had purchased at Christmas for $5 for a package of 6, and they're the best socks made. They're still a really high standard, and they are, I think, pretty much cotton. But we got a special. It was a Friday, Black Monday sale or something, and we got some Dickies, and I haven't even worn them, so it's not like I need socks. You like your Dickies? Here's the Dickie Company. They make really good socks. The thing about socks is they wear out pretty fast. But these Dickies have this like reinforced underlayment. See, they're $9.99 there for the brown ones. But they can really endure, and they're warm too. And I haven't even gotten into 2 packages, and Sarah has like 2 packages of some really good wool socks I got her for Christmases. So we're not really even tapping into our backup supply right now. You dislike wool? Well, you don't want to be caught in a fire in wool, because wool, when it burns, produces cyanide. Something to think about. Yeah. Not exactly ideal. I'm searching for any type of technology, and I can't seem to find any that I can bring in the show right now. I'm so sorry. It's just everything's probe this, probe that. Would you like to see a blown up picture of Jesus in the flames at the cathedral? That's always fun to look at. Some people believe they saw Jesus standing there. I believe it was a Blu-ray or some sort of a projection of something. I think they just projected an image of Lucifer in the middle there. I don't think Jesus would be overseeing the burning of a church. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that that's Lucifer. Or at least their effigy of Lucifer. They probably had a projection screen set up. It looks pretty intense, doesn't it? You got to admit that's pretty disgusting. Hey, you know, I haven't even opened up, you know, our cams. We've been so busy. That's not nice of me. Especially since Max went out of his way to get those. You've been banned from Vaughn because Mark doesn't want you in there. You're too good of a guy. You know, he wants only the T. Rucker cronies that still, you know, that still support T. Rucker even though he faked his death. President Trump says, anything the Russians did concerning the 2016 election helped me win. This is new? Well, this is what he was told. Trump was told that he won the election because of the Russians. So if the president said anything the Russians did concerning the 2016 election helped me win, that's pretty much an admission of guilt, if you ask me. I pray for Pope Francis's happiness in the afterlife. I don't really pray for his happiness right now, but I pray for his eternal salvation because he will be judged for what he's done or not done, with all the people seeking safe haven from the communist revolution in Argentina. Those voices are still screaming out from the grave. David, I cannot see your phone on my iPhone. Wow. Well, maybe because you're not tuned into our... check this lead right here. This is a show that has 2 people in it right now. This will play on your iPhone, I assure you. It's a Twitter site. Go with that and get your Twitter account up and running and tap into that. That'll work great. And that's running at a very low bandwidth, so you won't have to waste your minutes on this, or your plan doesn't have to cap out. I've got it scaled down to 300 kbytes per second. See, I don't believe you're borrowing used cooking grease, dude. Hey, well, I would love to be able to quote you on that, Guest 306, but we don't believe anything you're saying at this point, including the cooking grease story. Periscope is working, that is correct. And you could be one of the few chatters over there. I see you and a couple other people clicked on that link. Good. I need more chatters there, Pitoro. It'll be appreciated, I'll tell you. Our numbers that we found out on Twitter are bizarre. I checked my Twitter aspect, and we saw a lot of success from the PolitiChat over the past 4 weeks we've been doing it. And Sarah, I told Sarah we should cancel it. Now I'm saying we should keep it going because we are still being censored on Twitter. Our follower count is still locked in place, has been for 9 years. Almost identical number 9 years ago. But we're looking at almost an amazing frenzy of interaction on the PolitiChat. Seeing a big spike in interaction. I'm really appreciative of that. So at least the metrics are working and showing me that people are watching and interacting, but they're not following, which is not normal. Usually when you have a lot of activity, you get some followers. Utah women are very conservative, yeah. Mormon women. Utah is 80% Mormon. Well, you know, I think it's perfectly fine that if women want to remain conservative in America. I think that the whole movement toward women's liberation was partly a CIA plot to get 2 people working in the household and force them into slave labor. Believe it or not, Gloria Steinem was a CIA agent. She worked for the CIA, and she even admitted it. She was actually put out there to spark feminism so that they get 2 people working in the house, not just 1. Well, Mormonism can be very difficult. You know, they restrict anybody who's not a Mormon. You can't go to the marriages or anything. I personally know of families that their daughter married into a Mormon family, and the parents of the daughter were not allowed to go to the actual wedding. That's not uncommon. Mormons will not allow anybody in the actual wedding itself, even if they're the family of the bride. I knew a woman when I was I grew up with a girl that ended up marrying a guy that looked a lot like me, who was a Mormon. And I talked to her later in life. I remember discussing, what led her to become who she is. And she apparently, kind of liked me, but she never ever said it when I was a kid growing up. And she went out in a different direction. She could have looked me up, but she didn't. And she met a Mormon guy, fell in love with a guy, and parents weren't allowed at the wedding because they weren't Mormon. She ended up divorcing him because he was a pothead. And she did not like that. She did not like her husband smoking pot. A pot-smoking Mormon. Yeah. Okay, Fox run adjustable cheese slicer. But she had 2 beautiful daughters, and I'm sure she's doing great. I wish her the best. I never met them. I just met her late in life when she was like 35. You can't go back in time, by the way. Yeah. In case you're wondering. Time travel is possible, though, but if you go back, you'll be disappointed. Fox run adjustable cheese slicer with 4-inch stainless steel replacement wire. Yeah, there you go. Those work great. That's an old way of slicing cheese. Sure. Why are you sending me that? You bought a new cheese slicer, and you're really proud of that. That's great. Okay, let's take a look at the 16th Amendment as written. No taxes on wages or salaries. Wow. And here they are taxing us on wages and salaries. The current tax code is now 4 million words long, more than 4 times longer than the collected works of Shakespeare, and 6 to 7 times longer than the Bible. It requires 25 volumes to contain it, and it takes up 9 feet of shelf space. According to Forbes, it takes Americans over 6 billion hours to comply with its filling requirements. That's a lot of effort. That's the equivalent of 8,758 lifetimes in people years, not dog years. This monstrosity is based entirely on the 16th Amendment, which authorizes Congress to lay and collect taxes on incomes from whatever source derived. But the 16th Amendment also says no taxes on wages or salaries. So why is everybody paying taxes on wages and salaries? Yeah, I just don't get it. Well, the tax code makes them do it. That's why. And if you do bring in your W-2s and 1099s and they match them up and you're not recording them, you can get into deep trouble with the tax people. That's for sure. Okay, so when I say total collusion, stop the New World Order, what do I really mean? Well, it turns out that, Donald Trump is working for the Eastern branch of the Zionists. These people who have all this money like the Rothschilds. And these people are willing to control our government because, well, they have in the past and they'll do it again. And like I said, they don't want a fence. That's why your fence hasn't been built. These people are working with AIPAC and the Zionists that live in America and or funnel money into American politicians. So they control both countries, America and Russia. And it is total collusion because what they're doing is trying to erase our boundaries. They're trying to establish their own dynasty of monetary control over all the countries involved. So the nation-state model is under attack by these Zionists who managed to get a state of Israel, found out that was pretty easy. All they had to do was kill 6 million Jews or whoever and eventually, acquired the state of Israel. Hitler was a Zionist. Hitler was part of the movement. It started back in the 1890s. And because they've been able to establish such a long tyranny over the world, they've used money to do it, that it's taken this long for our society to actually get up to speed to understand what's really happening to us. Our internet has really helped exchange information. We would never have had this knowledge had we not had the internet. You would never have heard about the secret covenant of the Illuminati, which, by the way, is very hard to find online because it keeps getting taken down. It's a plan to destroy the earth as fast as they can and to kill off as many of us as they can. In case you're wondering why they put rat poison on your table when you're at a restaurant, the 0-calorie sweetener was originally phased in as rat poison because these people think that we're rats, just like Hitler saw Jews as rats. And these Zionists aren't Jewish at all. They're Russian, German historically. The Rothschilds are not Jewish. They are court Jews. They were assigned court Jew status to handle legal matters and financial matters for Jewish royalty. But somehow they wanted to be Jewish so bad that they just, infested the entire world of Jewry. So now good Jewish people are feeling like they're being pushed aside. People that truly believe in the Torah and in the rabbinical experts that say there is no place for Zionism in their books. Real Jews don't hate Muslims. They don't. They actually never had conflict until Zionism came along. And they never would have taken away Jerusalem from the Palestinians had that not happened. But it happened, and now we have to move forward. I see Israel as a strong ally, but I don't think they should be doing the bidding of the world governments. I don't think they should control our destiny. But clearly they are in control, and they have rigged this vote to provide us Barr, who is complete shill for the Zionist elitists, whether they're Russian or on the Western side. Aspartame is something even rats won't eat. I know. You know that rats were given a choice what they wanted to eat? Badger waxer. They were told, do you want to eat real corn or do you want to eat genetically modified corn? So they left batches of corn out for rats to eat. The rats did not touch the GMO corn. The kind of corn that's in almost all of our products right now, except for non-GMO organic food. Isn't that amazing? So rats are smarter about eating than we are. Well, it takes a mind like mine to piece this all together. I mean, I really believe I'm blessed with the ability to keep track of a lot of these disjointed thoughts and pull them all together for everybody and come up with great ideas like the Notre Dame Cathedral. Brand new dome over the whole thing. Notre Dame. Or the 1,000-mile container fence, providing a quick fix to clearly a big population problem growing south of the border without having to rely on sanctuary cities and force all of you people to deal with this mess. So I have a lot of good ideas. I think that's the important thing, is to keep them rolling. Okay, it's funny you're not supporting her, but Tulsi Gabbard is saying, hey, at real Donald Trump, being Saudi Arabia's bitch is not America first. That's a good one. I like that. Yeah, she definitely can spit it out. I like that. But she's also part of the Democrats that are still thinking that Saudi Arabia had something to do with Jamal Khashoggi's death. There's no evidence to suggest that they killed, that Saudi Arabian Prince Mohammed bin Salman had ever had anything to do with it. There's no direct evidence. So the Democrats are kind of screwing up, because now you're seeing prices of gas, like we played earlier in the show, going up to $4, over $4 a gallon in California. The Democrats don't realize that attacking Saudi Arabia is going to hurt them at the pump. That's how stupid and short-sighted the Democrats are. It never ceases to amaze me how they think that it's just a big joke. The Saudi Arabian attack is no big deal. We have been an ally with Saudi Arabia for the past over 50 years, since Nixon was president. Almost 50 years. And ever since the OPEC attack on the price of oil was implemented, Saudi Arabia has always been by our side. And they're one of the key reasons why we still have a dollar as the world currency. But what do the Democrats want to do? They just want to throw our relationship with Saudi Arabia under the bus. Frankly, the only thing the only thing Donald Trump has done really is retain a good relationship with Saudi Arabia, in my perspective. I think he's actually done a pretty good job with that. I don't think that we should just keep dragging out the whole dirty linen about Jamal Khashoggi. I still don't even believe he was actually found dead. I believe that Jamal Khashoggi may actually be still in hiding. I don't know if there's no evidence, DNA evidence confirming that the suitcase full of bones was Jamal Khashoggi. There's not a stitch of evidence to support that. We do know that he was going to write a story that would have been very damning of Saudi Arabia, and that maybe he was pulled out and sent into, exile somewhere. You never know. He might be on the street right now trying to, piece his life together. Harvey Weinstein's attorney accused of sex trafficking kids for Jeffrey Epstein. Why does this not surprise me? Wow. Unbelievable. So you hate Muslims? I hear you. I don't hate them. I do believe that there are terrorists out there that are willfully intent on killing us who are Muslim. I do believe that. But I don't believe all of these people are terrorists. I certainly don't believe that some of the people that have done green screen beheadings were even terrorists. I believe our government's been using fear of Muslims as part of a tool to get us into war. That's a little headier thought. I don't blame Muslims for what's happened. They're just pursuing their own belief, although I get your point. They're the most intolerant church or religion out there, are the Islamic people. They're intolerant of other religions, and I see your point. Harvey Weinstein, attorney accused of sex trafficking kids for Jeffrey Epstein. This is unbelievable. That's amazing. The attorney who helped get Jeffrey Epstein a slap on the wrist for sexually abusing dozens of children, I think close to 50 girls were sex trafficked, now stands accused of partaking in the sex trafficking. Alan Dershowitz is a prominent attorney in the United States with a history of representing both accused and convicted wealthy sex offenders. Some of his high-profile cases, including defending convicted billionaire pedophile Jeffrey Epstein and accused Hollywood rapist Harvey Weinstein. He was a member of Dershowitz was a member of Epstein's legal defense team when he was given a sweetheart deal by Alex Acosta, our current labor secretary, and sentenced to just 13 months and a work release despite the mountain of evidence against him. Epstein is a convicted child molester and sexually abused no less than 40 underage girls. Despite this fact, Acosta protected him while serving as a U.S. attorney in Florida. Dershowitz played a huge role in the deal. Now multiple revelations have come to light. A new victim has gone public in the Epstein case, filing a sworn affidavit in federal court in New York on Tuesday. Maria Farmer swore to the court that while she was employed by Epstein, she frequently saw school-age girls wearing uniforms come into the mansion and go upstairs. Farmer also claimed that she and her then 15-year-old sister was sexually assaulted by Epstein and his companion, Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay, I'm not sure how this opens up. She has accused, basically Farmer's affidavit is now part of a move to go after the man who had defended Epstein and who is accused of partaking in the child sex trafficking Alan Dershowitz. Yeah, so this is a story that's been blowing into the news because Dershowitz absolutely insists he's being framed. He's 80 years old, but she claims he knew about it and participated in sex trafficking operations involving underage girls. She insists on it. Well, again, we don't know until this court case ends up solved, but Dershowitz is going to give a huge mounting defense on his behalf. He's also asked for a complete oversight of all the documents from that time period, and he's front forward about it. He wants to see everything. And that's posed a problem because the people that tried to cover up the case on Jeffrey Epstein are now having to open the books up for Alan Dershowitz to defend himself against these two people. I read the story on it. It's pretty interesting. So Alan Dershowitz, it looks like he's the guy trying to improve his case by seeing all the evidence. And it's kind of upset the people that protected Epstein because they wanted this all to go away, including Donald Trump, who's number one on Epstein's blacklist. Donald Trump and Courtney Love and a couple other people were on the Epstein blacklist, which was public because his butler found it. And lo and behold, here it is. The evidence is right in front of your face. Donald Trump was his number one client, Jeffrey Epstein's number one client. So this story is completely being covered up at a high level. And Acosta has not made any comment The Labor Secretary Acosta has not made any comment about this, and he continues to stonewall people. They say he doesn't even go to meetings. Our Labor Secretary isn't even involved in labor. That's what I heard. He's just hiding in his office. But this is the Holy Grail. Gawker did a full study of this, and the little black book that the butler found had Donald Trump's name and number, all his New York contact points, and Alan Dershowitz was second in line. Look at that. And you know, the butler found this, and he said this is the Holy Grail. Gawker picked it up, and nothing ever happened. Nothing ever happened. Courtney Love and Ehud Barak, the Israeli. A lot of people on the names and lists, but nothing happened. Trump, Dershowitz, nobody was called. Gee, I wonder if Donald Trump had something to do with the fact that they covered this whole thing up. You think? Here's a good meme. Blues win. No, I don't believe anyone's going to end civilization. I believe a lot of people believe in dark thoughts. Like this one. What if I told you all presidents are only frontmen to distract you from the people who really run the country? Well, that's pretty true. But I don't even believe Anonymous. I believe that they've been co-opted. I believe Anonymous has been bought off. Their videos are way too professional. The ones that they have on YouTube, that they don't ever get banned on YouTube, and they promote them, the videos Anonymous does on YouTube. That's a sure sign that Anonymous was created by the CIA. But again, this is a true statement. But again, the elitists love to make it seem like they're the opposition. Yeah. Anonymous is just not to be trusted. Google accused of sabotaging Firefox again. Uh-oh. That's kind of technology related. Yeah. And Badger Waxer has a fire
Opinion
hazard.
contributor Elizabeth Holtzman writes, quote, after Attorney General William Barr releases his redacted version of the report from Special Counsel Robert Mueller on Thursday, he should resign. His blatant partisanship disqualifies him from continuing as the chief law enforcement officer of the United States. Neither Congress nor the public will trust that he has been objective and fair in what he has decided to make public of the report, nor will they believe that he can handle any further issues surrounding wrongdoing by President Trump with integrity. She continues, quote, let us consider the record of Barr in his short time as Attorney General in this administration. After 2 years of constant attacks by Trump on the Justice Department and special counsel for investigating the possible collusion between the campaign and Russian interference in the 2016 election, Barr could have been a breath of fresh air as an Attorney General who would firmly stand up for the rule of law. Instead, he just joined in the attacks, calling for yet another investigation into FBI actions during the campaign and releasing a biased summary of the special counsel report.
I absolutely agree. I totally agree with that summation. I believe that Barr needs to be disbarred or resigned. He should have recused himself. He should not have made this assessment. The 4-page assessment is a sign of more obstruction. They're not going to get this to go away. The Republicans are too deep in corrupt, guilt-ridden subpoenas, felonies, almost 40 felony indictments. Roger Stone being the one person they still have hanging out there, and that's the reason Barr said he redacted all the documents, because he wanted to maintain objectivity for the jury when they look at Roger Stone's case. That's a pretty paltry reason to redact documents, but I think all the documents should be given over to the people of this country. I think it's time that the people of this country review and look at it entirely, including a full reveal to the public. Now, if there's a document that is extremely sensitive, like something related to the sex selfie thing, I'm sure that we'd have to redact that, because our national security is at risk, even right now, if that's the case. Anyway, we'll be processing this more and more as time goes on, I guess. And I'll take a look at the Google sabotaging and the other stories you dropped on me in just a few minutes when I come back. Thanks, Sarah. Were you able to eat some stuff?
Yeah.
Good. Okay. All right. Gotta get rid of a few links here that I had opened up. Sometimes, did you see this?
I don't want to see it.
Oh, she doesn't want to see anything related to Michelle Obama toasting to the burning Notre Dame in the background. Okay.
No, I don't want to see it.
You don't want to see Michelle Obama drinking some liquid. Okay. I don't blame you. Okay. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Thank you.
Well, the fact is, Trump is open to criticism everywhere he turns. When you voted for Trump, you voted for my ideas, you Republicans. He was stealing my ideas so rapidly I couldn't even keep track of the times he was taking them. And now you wonder why, you have a problem. It's kind of funny. You don't realize that he's carrying around a load of crap. It's going to come back to haunt every one of us. Trump can't get away from it because he is steeped in corruption. My goodness. 40 indictments and you people aren't convinced that there's something wrong here? I mean, I seriously find that really hard to believe, that they're still clinging to the belief that Trump can do no wrong. It just amazes me.
Yeah, they're saying it's disturbing evidence in the Mueller report. Okay, that's about it. I just look at the top headlines and don't get into it as much as David obviously does. Yeah, I'm more about avoiding the news. It just takes so much energy to get into the news, especially negative energy. Energy to process, drama, yeah. Well, some people have self-sealing premises, 565. And they just... I love what a neuroscientist said that I met earlier last year. It's not that seeing is believing, it's that believing is seeing. And most of the time most of the time people believe something and then they see everything that confirms what they already believe. Right. The 50 most common jobs and their likelihood of automation. Number 1, retail salesperson. 92% it'll be automated. Number 2, food preparation and serving workers. 92% it'll be automated. Number 3, cashiers. I should just show you guys the link. That's better. I fed her. I think she's saying thank you.
Oh, you ate already?
Yep. Number 17.
She was saying thank you.
Nursing assistant. Oh, elementary school teachers. Oh, that is good. Number 18. Elementary school teachers. 0% chance it will be automated. I love that. I am going to show that. 0% chance, because teaching is more than just, even though I am thinking about how could I automate my job. But the thing about automating, it's more about building, it's more about relationships than just education, social, emotional learning, and lots of other things. Okay. I don't know if you guys can see all that. Let me see if I can expand it out on this page. There we go. Yeah. Here's number 18. Elementary school teachers. This is the most popular jobs and how likely they are to be automated. First line supervisors of office and admin support workers. Oh, but what's this? Why does it have 2 stars there? Like priceless? Oh, how much they make? Stars. It varies. Median wage. Maybe it varies. Wages are not broken down into mean hourly wage because of unusual work schedules for elementary school teachers. Yeah. Registered nurses is number 5. Only 1% chance of being automated. This is really cool. I like this. And how much they make per hour. That's very good. And then teachers, they don't rate them per hour because their work schedules vary so much. This is pretty cool, yeah. Number 16 can be replaced with a button. What was number 16? Let me see. Frontline supervisors of office and admin support workers. I know, it said only 1% chance of being automated, but first line supervisors of office and admin support workers. I do wonder. Yeah, you should get in on it, especially teachers. Try to figure out how to make it make it automated for us. Then everybody will be like, that's the one job I never thought would be automated. Teaching and nursing. And wait. Software developing. Lawyers. Management analysts. So the ones that are most likely to be automated are retail, food prep, cashier, office clerk, laborers and freight stock and material movers, waiters and waitresses, secretaries and admins, administrative assistants. Oh, the stream ended? Oops. Okay. I'm back. I'm back. There's no teacher's wages. If you scroll to the bottom, it tells what the 2 stars are, and it says the hourly rate. It says wages are not broken down into mean hourly wage because of unusual work schedules. Like some teachers work 60, 70 hours a week. Or maybe it's because teachers don't work summers or something like that. You would think they could extrapolate. I think it's because it varies so much from state to state. In one state, or even in some states, it varies from one school district to another how much a teacher gets paid. From when, if you're working in a major city versus rural area, it varies. I don't know, teachers, it varies a lot. A lot. Okay. Oh, yes. Hi, Scissor Fight. Thank you. I was like, America's Third Party, I'm back. Who is somebody impersonating me? And then I realized, oh, I typed that. Yeah. I do like that concept of 4-hour work week. Not all of it, but sources, and I like that it puts their sources down below. If jobs with a 90% likelihood above in the top 50 occupations are automated, over 27 million Americans will be affected. If jobs with a 75% likelihood or above in the top 50 occupations are automated, 36 million Americans will be affected. It would be lost wages, they say. Well, maybe somebody's gaining that. What is NPCs? They really might be NPCs. You're probably right. Non-playable character. Oh. Yeah, maybe. There's a Sunday Synth Popcast. Okay, Junket. Oh, like in video games, a random character that just exists, but has no... You can't play it. Okay. Or it doesn't play. It doesn't affect the game. Yes, Time Pilots. David will be back in a short amount of time. I like how it breaks it down per hour. Except for teachers, of course. Lawyers, $57 an hour. Software developers, $49 an hour. So they did it according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, National Occupation Employment and Wage Estimates in the U.S. All right. There's a full moon in Libra at the moment. You wonder why this room is so mellow. The Room is mellow because I'm here. Wait, it wanted to kill you, but you say it's not sentient? Because you'd attacked it? Wait, Queeks, are you laughing at me? Never mind. Yeah, I get it. Well, our town always has a big a big celebration coming up, but no, I don't know of any holiday named after David yet. Yeah, the comments are pretty funny. Oh, it's St. David's Day in Wales. Thank you, Junket. I did not know about that. Is Easter pagan? I have no idea. I thought it was Catholic. Christian. I don't know. It's like supposed to be like the rising of Christ from the dead. What's aggro? Yes, I do practice active avoidance of many things, like the news. Oh, aggression. Yeah. Okay. I don't want to look at all the tabs. I don't want to look at the news. I just want to be. You think Easter was when they would sacrifice people in hopes the year's harvest would go well? I don't know. It could be. But it's not, well, it's growing time. It's time to start growing things. I thought it was like Jesus rising from the dead. Yes. The resurrection. David is not casting on Sunday ever. What is PvP, Time Pilot? Are you going reclusive, Sarah? No, you're just being comfortable in your own skin. It is like when you get older you do that. Actually, it was really interesting. I read this or heard because I listened to books on tape, so then I say I read it, but I didn't really read it. I just listened to it. There's this it was in the When book by Daniel Pink, and he said that as people age, they actively eliminate their social network from their life. You know how people always say like, oh, you know, people in their 60s don't have as many friends as like people when they're younger. Well, that's because they're like, I don't want to be around all these people I don't really care about. As they get closer to feeling like it's the end times, they want to only spend time with people that they actually care about. Yeah, it was really interesting.
Yeah, and then they said, because they asked them like if they or did some study if the doctors told them, oh, we found new research and you have like longer time to live, then they actually like expand their social life. Yes, as we get older, we realize that certain people require too much effort to talk to. There's another thing about 80-20, that 20% of your 20% of some of effort in one area creates 80% of your growth. And 80% of effort produces only, and the other areas produce only 20% growth. So find the 20% that's producing the most growth and focus on that. Yes, the Pareto principle. Thank you, Reckful. The 80-20 rule, the law of the vital few, and the principle of the factor sparsity that states for many events, roughly 80% of the efforts come from 20% of the causes. And it's even with peas, he said, the Pareto pea principle, like, and your pea plants, 20% of the pea plants produce 80% of the yield. Was that the one that you just dated, Misanthropy? And she'd always be younger than you. That's what David says about me sometimes. Oh, okay. David's like, well, Sarah, no matter how old I get, you're always younger than me. Or however old you get, you're younger than me. She was in love with you, but you weren't in love with her. She probably still dreams about you. And obviously you think about her sometimes. So all you have to do is 20% effort and achieve 80% effect. Like showing up to work on time is half the job. An 8-hour shift, do all the hard work in the first 2 hours, and there you go. Actually, even he was saying on if he was a salesperson, he would call like from 8:30 to 9, and then 5 to 5:30, and get more meetings with important people than 9 to 5. Does David know any magic tricks? Maybe some. I don't know. How is that possible, Event Flyer? He was just here. But yeah, I do in an 8-hour. I do a lot of the work in. I like early mornings. That's when I feel most productive. You wonder if
Time Pilot would lie to you. I have never seen David pull a rabbit from a hat. Alcatraz is a tourist attraction, not an active prison.
Alcatraz? Yeah, you're right.
People are like, where did that statement come from, Sarah? Okay. I have some grading to do. I've been thinking a lot about that misanthropy. Oh, I'm going to work on writing a book. That's my next thing I'm going to do. Beyond that, if I were to push myself to do something new, it would be programming. But I don't know why that's the one area that I just keep hesitating on. Well, eliminating things is okay, Ticken. What do you mean this is stuff I'm already comfortable with? I'm not comfortable programming. No, I'm not. It's like working on our website gives me a panic attack. Not really, but I do not know how to program. No, I don't know. Okay, well, I mean, like completely different. I don't know what you mean. If I were to do something new, like completely different. If I know some coding, it counts. I don't think so. Well, I would pursue maybe calculus and data. I would look, if I were to do something completely different, it would be possibly becoming a data analyst. Does that count? Time Pilot, that's not a trick. That's just gross. Yeah, that's a long-term possible goal. But my next goal is to work on writing a book. No, actually, my next goal is to organize my classroom. That's really my next goal. But I have 2 goals, I guess. Write a book. Travel. I'm slowly learning about gardening. But that's a lot of just maintenance. Hello, cat. The cat came in here. She's gonna go hide behind the green screen. For some reason she likes to do that. I think she likes listening to our voices in here. I think I'm gonna have some hot cocoa and good. I love that. Thank you, chat room celebrity. Nice job, Olivia Wilde. Wants to make used clothes cool. Keep them out of landfills. I love keeping things out of landfills.
nice to have water running, I'll tell you. Really learn to grow to appreciate it. Flushing toilets. You know, we're talking about technology tonight.
Who are we?
Well, I don't know if we are or not.
Wearing used clothes is technology. It's saving.
Reusing.
Yeah, it's reusing.
You know, the whole idea of thrift stores growing in popularity again in America is people love to, find good things. They like to find value. And believe it or not, there's a lot of worth in clothing, cotton clothing. I was telling people about how we've shifted toward polyester, and the entire textile industry in America was pretty much destroyed by polyester and Chinese technology in textiles. And now we're looking at, poor quality clothes at our stores. It's like, wait a second, I want quality.
Yeah, so then you go used, and it's even better. It's quality.
Better. Yeah, we're casting tomorrow, Saturday. We have the Sustainable Saturday, but you need to get some rest. Sounds like you got still have a little cough from 2 months ago.
Yeah, I'm gonna go make some hot cocoa.
Yeah, take care of yourself. There's these bad flus going around. They linger in your body at a low level.
Bye. Good night.
Good night. Take care. Thank you, Sarah. She works so hard, and she needs to have some rest. R&R for sure. Are you good? What? You okay?
Yeah, I guess so.
Hang on just a second. I was wondering what she was looking at. I haven't painted these walls in a while. I'm due. I've been working on. I'm working on painting things. Hey, we're up and running again. Sarah's taking a break. Gone to bed. Some of you are still up. Obviously, we're going to check out some links that I've just been forced to look at. Sarah saw this earlier. She pointed out the common jobs, 50 most common jobs and their likelihood of automation. Misanthropy brought this link to us, and it's pretty cool. Yeah, number 1, retail salesperson. Yeah. Retail. Oh, gee, I forgot the phone. Hang on. Let me bring... if you could, yeah. Appreciate it.
Charles, I didn't do anything.
Thanks. Yes, Charles, go ahead. Can I help you? Hello? 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 Huh. Well, I'll see if he's going to call back. Oh, there we go.
Call from.
Yes, Charles, can I help you? Go ahead. I think Charles is mentally disturbed. Yeah, and the second most popular, food preparation and serving will be replaced by robots. Like McDonald's kiosks in the UK now are making hamburgers on their own. Cashiers, yeah, on their way out. Normally they're $10 and 12-cent an hour job. Office clerks, registered nurses. Automated systems will be able to go to your bed and say, would you like to have your bedpan replaced with a new, fresh, disposable butt plug? I mean, who knows what the world will be like when robots are rolling around. I avoid automatic checkout because I don't get paid to scan the item. Yeah, I know. And you want that service. I don't blame you. You want that feeling of being asked paper or plastic. No, that's not true, Drag King, but It can't be. I told you the other night that green meat, according to the USDA, is wholesome meat. Wholesome. Yeah, I was quite shocked. The guy read it to me right out of the USDA manual. Green meat is wholesome meat, sir. These are big philosophic questions you're asking, Misanthropy. If as many little boys were diddled in a Chuck E. Cheese as Catholic Church, there would be no Chuck E. Cheese. How is there still a Catholic Church? It's a valid point. I mean, Chuck E. Cheese never had a problem with little boys, right? David, I try to avoid autistic high school kids or Down syndrome patients that local store has bagged my food. Yeah, I know. I don't know what the deal is, but everybody who has got a disabled child wants them to go get a job. And don't they realize that the kid doesn't want to do that? Yeah, it's like pretty obvious. Okay, after registered nurses, number 6 on the list is customer service representatives. Hi, how can I help you? Hello, how can I help you? Laborers and freight stock material movers. We saw those replaceable robots that did all the moving of the big boxes at Amazon. That was interesting. Waiters and waitresses. Yes. You'll just serve yourself at the buffet bar. Fruit spray is necessary. Thank you. I find myself getting addicted to this. Yeah. The fruit spray. Okay, and coming in a number, that's all, folks. Secretaries and administrative assistants normally make $17 an hour, are going to make, they're going to lose their job. The general and operations managers, $48 an hour. You're out of there. Janitors and cleaners, $12 an hour. Roombas can do the job. You're gone. Store clerks, yeah. It's just getting ridiculous. I mean, I could go on, and in fact, the list does go on, and I feel sorry for the list. The fact is, we're all geared up for work and not for play. Who decided that mankind was going to be toiling in labor like a bunch of worker ants? Well, Jack Ma says that the 72-hour work week should be a blessing. Yeah, he's convinced that people should work 72 hours. It's the same ethos that got us Mao Zedong. Did they ever build this Barack Obama, USS Barack Obama? I don't know. I think that was just like a make-believe aircraft carrier with the golf course. And we used to talk about Obama playing golf, and now Trump plays even more than he does. Boy, we really are advancing, aren't we, as a culture? I'm not a Marxist, no. I just think that a lot of you who want to work for a living should, but those of you who don't want to work, who are autistic and suffer from severe mental problems, you shouldn't have to. Am I so wrong to represent the non-working class in America? Are you saying they don't have citizenship? Well, I bring you your dystopian future with Donald Trump. Preparing for intermediate nuclear force treaty destruction. No longer will they sign a treaty. Now they're moving toward massive development of intermediate range missiles. Same with Kim Jong-un. You're not autistic. You're just an incel. Do I still need to work when you're president? I don't see who died and told you that you were in charge. Yeah, you are in charge of your own life, Xenu. You are. That's right. And your parents can't take care of you the rest of your life. So you have to decide, what are you going to do? What's your next step? Are you going to bank the $500 per month that I'll give you when I become president, 6 months into my term? You're going to put $500 away every month and go, yeah, Dave, I could buy some latte tea with that. Yeah, that's a good idea. Well, I think the fact that he's decided not, he doesn't want to work is indicative of something. I believe that we need some sort of like a savior almost, but not in the sense of savior as in a person, but kind of like a series of solutions to help mankind understand what the future is. Call it mind over matter, call it bringing out the best in man. But I would hope that we would be able to piece together what really is important, you know? Not nuclear war. But we're headed in that direction. Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, a lot of people are upset, even black people.
I'm joining them. Oh, doggone it. I am. I mean, it's just an insult. It's one thing to have a president that you're okay, all right, he's Republican, you're a Democrat, he's Republican, you disagree on policy.
He made a good point. We're always divided in this country. We need to unite. It's so much better, you know? We are living in this world of division, and it's been a problem from the beginning. So we need to emerge with a new plan, and that's why a third party is a better choice, in my opinion. So I created America's Third Party with the intent that we wouldn't have to bicker about every single point and call each other, good or bad or better or worse. But in our day and age, we are now lingering in this world of, oh, I'm smarter than you are, or I'm better than you are, or I've got more money than you do, or you're not educated, so therefore everything you say is meaningless. That's the world we're living in. We're not even communicating. It's kind of pathetic. So now we have a big question. Where do we go from here? And with no leadership, I think we have nowhere to go. Dave, have more money than you? Yeah, you have more money than anyone. See, I don't even care about money. Well, Tip O'Neill didn't really resonate among the American people. As Speaker of the House, he just kind of held a line for the Democrats. Remember, Bill Clinton put us in debt, Rosie. He claimed to have a zero deficit, but he just amassed more debt and made deals with the Chinese that we're now having to pay for with Trump going the opposite direction. You hear that big void? That's Donald Trump's trade war. But the economy's still rolling along, which is kind of disturbing because we can't heal unless we actually recognize we have a problem. So by rolling along aimlessly forward and everything going well, it's like the rich people are getting richer, but the average person is not going anywhere. Your salaries aren't increasing. None of you are getting any money from Bernie Sanders. He's not donating any of his millions of dollars that he has acquired, being a faux socialist, a make-believe socialist that he is. I'm not, and we're not stuck with Trump. The fact of the matter is, Rosie, this country has at its disposal right now the Democratic Party. And if we get them to do what they need to do, move toward impeachment, we can slowly disengage from the Russia's grip over our country. But I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon because the Democrats don't have enough people like me in the party. They're like Beto. Somebody said he's on Adderall. I mean, I don't understand why a guy walks around like this. And he's all spunked up on himself, It's like, isn't it bad enough the guy wrote an essay talking about wanting to murder children? You'd think he'd have enough self-worth to drop out of the race. He reminds me a little like Avenatti. Avenatti's definitely looks like he's out of the race. Well, the fact that you're rich and you'll pay less taxes, I don't want to take away your wealth. And I don't seriously think that you're paying as much taxes as you would if you had a flat tax, because you probably have tax shelters. Your dad had a financial accountant set you up to have tax shelters. So with a 10% flat tax, you won't have any tax shelters. Yeah. But that's still 10%. It's a pretty good deal. By and large, your taxes will be minimal. So we have a choice. Do we want to stop the New World Order? Because that's what this is going to have to entail. They're headed toward arms buildup and more control and eventually testing out their weapons. And I'm sure it'll eventually end up in one country or another country getting decimated with nuclear destruction. Well, again, I haven't seen any proof of that. I believe that you may have done that, Zena. And it would be big of you if you could come clean and tell people that you put that on the screen. That would win points, and you wouldn't get banned from the show if that's really what you did. You'd be coming clean as a new personality in the show. Anyway, the New World Order doesn't really care about people. They simply want to, destroy the earth. So they came up with these really great technologies like weather modification, where people can get fumigated sitting in their house, breathing chemtrails. Yeah. And they got that going for them, which is kind of powerful when you think about it. Do you think Mayor Pete could be an intelligence operative? It depends on which Mayor Pete you're talking about. I halfway think you really are Rosie O'Donnell, the way you're asking me these questions. Doesn't seem like Rosie's here in the room. But they've got technologies that they integrate with those heavy metals that they're dropping in the sky. Yeah. All the radar systems and sonar systems that we have across the globe are all interconnected, and they can send signals through them in an array pattern that will actually create weather patterns. And they virtually can destroy the Earth slowly by poisoning the atmosphere. Isn't that special? Oh, and then you get climate rape. Yeah. Which is a concept I'm working on. Climate rape. It's worse than just, Mother Nature, bending over and, enjoying a little lubrication. It's climate rape is what it is. Mother Nature's being attacked by Dow Chemical, industrial waste. They found out that 16 different shipping cargo lines are doing the most pollution around the globe. And that's the New World Order, shipping goods from God knows where after they've been sprayed with pesticides all the way across the ocean with Certifresh, or crisp, or whatever utility benzene that they soak these things in, and then somehow lasting on your shelf for 6 months, meanwhile causing cancer among the people that eat them. But according to the New World Order, it's a great thing. Globalization is a wonderful thing. And all those shipping containers that are just, all those the ships themselves are polluting a massive amount. And then you've got chemtrails on top of that. So you've got a complete breakdown going on in the world, and Mother Nature is so absolutely devastated that the only thing Mother Nature can do is ask the sun for a little help. And the sun and the earth are in symbiosis. They are. What happens here on Earth happens in the sun. We see solar activity as a result of the depleting magnetosphere. So this technology is not good technology. We didn't say technology was supposed to be good. It's actually aimed at killing off the planet. And we had a couple of really interesting links last week that disappeared completely. And one of them was about a huge drop in the Earth's atmosphere. A massive drop up in Norway by NASA. They dumped aluminum and a variety of other chemicals into the atmosphere. But this Zero Hedge article says it all. The weakening of Earth's magnetic field has greatly accelerated. The magnetic North Pole is shifting at an accelerating pace, and scientists readily admit that a sudden pole shift could potentially cause trillions of dollars in damage. Today, most of us take the protection provided by Earth's magnetic field completely for granted. It's essentially a colossal force field which surrounds our planet and makes life possible. And even with such protection, a giant solar storm could still potentially hit our planet and completely fry our power grid. But as our magnetic field continues to get weaker and weaker, even much smaller solar storms will have the potential to be cataclysmic. So was that thing that they did over Norway last week an attempt to strengthen the magnetosphere that they themselves are destroying with chemicals and chemtrails? I say yes. I say definitely. I plan on living to be 200 years old. Why would I want to poison myself with the tap water you people are drinking? Trimethyl aluminum they dropped. That's right. To measure for those small rockets. You buy the story. Look at War Games. She actually buys the story that trimethyl aluminum dropped and measured to test small rockets. Seriously? You realize how dangerous trimethyl aluminum is in the atmosphere and what it will do to our entire lungs, causing irreparable damage to human beings? No, of course you don't, because you never bothered to test. You never bothered to test anything. You just let it all happen, and you mindlessly believe they're doing it and it's safe for you. Oh, I'm so happy it's safe. They would never hurt us. You people. Yeah. Well, I mean, not all of us live in a compound.
Wow. Dinner cruise vibes turned to concern during Notre Dame Inferno. Well, was it a mere coincidence that Michelle Obama happened to be in Paris on a dinner cruise during the Notre Dame Inferno? Add to that the apparent foreknowledge that Notre Dame would burn up in flames in 3 days. This warning was tweeted by Dennis Ahrens, who is based in the Netherlands. As a strategic planner, Ahrens specializes in large-scale social development programs, and perhaps he knows the Obamas.
Exactly. I mean, it looks like Dennis wanted to get noticed on Twitter. Oh my goodness. Foreknowledge. And remember, somebody called in a fire 23 minutes earlier? Unbelievable. Thanks for that link. It'll be cherished tonight. I'll be playing it at the end of the show. But this real event happened. Michelle Obama was drinking a glass of Chardonnay when, voila, in the actual reflection of the glass. Now you can see Michelle's open mouth there as Michelle sucks in the fluid. But try to look above and then look at the. You see, it's kind of, well, maybe I can help you. I'll take my pointer and I'll show you. But as you can see, Michelle was sucking in the wine. Right above Michelle's pie hole is this reflection of the picture behind, which is the burning photo of the Notre Dame Cathedral. It's as if she's toasting to the destruction right in front of her eyes. It's not like she's worried about it or, oh, look at that. What could that fire be? It's more like, oh, yes, they told me about that. I do whatever they tell me to do, and I'm very rich and successful. Beep, beep, beep. That kind of thing. Yeah, that's what I'm getting. Next. Plus, it's promoting alcoholism among transgenders. Honestly, I don't think it's important that we talk about Michelle Obama either. I think it's more important we talk about you. Yeah, they had 8 years of power, the transgender and the Muslim, homosexual. It's amazing. Well, let's be clear. The American people apparently they believe everything they're told. So if they talk like this and they're black, people believe everything they say. Yeah. I'm hearing something. Mueller rejects the view that presidents can't obstruct justice. What a sidewinded statement. God. Mueller rejects the view that presidents can't obstruct justice. So if Mueller believes that presidents can obstruct justice, then why didn't Mueller rule in that favor? Why didn't Mueller just say, yes, Trump obstructed justice? You know, back in last August, Mueller said that he'd have definitive descriptions of the obstruction charges by September. And September rolled around and nothing happened. And here we are already into April. And finally something happens and he hands over a pile of crap that he was forced to reveal because the Democrats insisted on having this thing wrapped up. Not because he had any ability to wrap the case up. He didn't even bother pursuing Manafort's second trial involving money laundering. He didn't even bother to get a subpoena for Donald Trump's tax returns. Mueller failed. And I'm convinced that everything he's done up to this point has been to belabor this process, not accelerate it, not get to the bottom of it. I contend that Mueller and Barr are working for the Russian Zionists and are working within our government now, and they're trying to ingrain themselves in our government. Now, if the Democrats probably realize how important this is, they'll realize that we really have to get them to do what they need to do. And that is get full control over the entire 400 plus pages, including the redactions, and see what they are. And then get that to a judge to verify that these redactions are legitimate. I believe there's a cover-up in the redactions. I believe that Barr is purposely trying to shield us from the view of real corrupt activities that were done by Donald Trump over the past few years, especially prior to the election. Thank you, Dave. Do we have a grossness here? I didn't see a grossness. Please ban that grossness. What grossness is that? Oh, the proud predator freaks. Yeah, thank you. You just name him, that would help. Not the grossness. I'm looking for a guy named Grossness. That grossness. You can cite the guy's name when they come in here. Otherwise, I don't even know who you're talking about. Well, if Mueller said he would follow the DOJ ruling that a sitting president can be indicted, and that yet he rejects the view that presidents can't obstruct justice, he's talking through both sides of his mouth. Mueller gave us Congress everything they need to do whatever to Trump with, but again, if they don't have all the information, and Barr is the screening agent, and Barr was installed by Donald Trump as his shill in the Attorney General's office, like Holder was a shill for Obama, then you've got a kind of a cush little deal, and you're looking at more obstruction. Barr is clearly committing obstruction. Oh yeah. Anybody who says there's no obstruction at this point is committing obstruction unless they can validate it, and he can't validate it. I can validate collusion at all levels. Student fried 58,000 worth of college computers using a USB killer device. Whoa. Now that's technology gone wild. Somebody must have hated their professor, because this student destroyed 7 computer monitors and computer-enhanced podiums that had open USB slots. Introducing the USB killer. An Indian national in the United States has pled guilty this week to destroying 59 computers at the College of St. Rose in New York, using a weaponized USB thumb drive named USB Killer that he purchased online. Wow. Vishwanatha Akutotha, 27, filmed himself while destroying some of the computers. He bragged about killing the computers. Yeah, so apparently these are the kind of people that are getting green, like visas to come in, and work visas and study visas. Oh, nice. How nice. Hello. And I'm sure Microsoft and other companies really need people from India. So we're actually going over there and soliciting people to get to our universities for free. Full expenses paid. Meanwhile, our own people can't get an education. That's fascinating, huh? And then Amazon didn't pay any taxes last year. But other businesses didn't pay taxes either. Yeah, we had a show or story last night. Amazon isn't the only company that isn't paying taxes. Yeah, check this out. A watchdog group slams tax cuts for adding to rising deficit. And I agree. Trump gave too many tax breaks to the rich, but 60 of America's biggest corporations paid $0 in federal taxes in 2018, despite earning billions of dollars in profits. Can you believe that? Amazon, Netflix, General Motors, Chevron, JetBlue, IBM, and U.S. Steel were all among the companies that avoided taxes last year, using a diverse array of loopholes and tax breaks, according to a new report. Wow. Unbelievable. So we've got a tax law that is penalizing the average working man and woman. I know people that do waiting at restaurants that they actually have to project how much money they're going to make, and then they have to pay out of pocket even if nobody eats there. Isn't that unbelievable? That they're supposed to pay a certain amount to the tax man even if nobody's even coming to the restaurant. That's just so ridiculous and illegal, and it's definitely a violation of the 16th Amendment. The pigeon depopulation is not happening as a result of anything nefarious other than chemtrails. The pigeons are dying off because their eggs and their unborn babies can't gestate properly. And cars are running them over because they're losing their balance and they're falling under wheels and getting squished. I saw that one day. It was absolutely the most horrific thing I've ever seen. Well, not really. I've seen a lot worse. I try to block those memories, though. Yeah. I saw a pigeon walking right out in front of the crosswalk, and it was just mindlessly going like this, and it just turned around and walked right under a tire. I was in Los Angeles at the time. Right under the tire, it was like, splat. It's like this little creature had so much life ahead of it, and it just got run over. Well, they'll eat anything, they'll go anywhere. They seem to be. Yeah, I mean, it's probably just the chemicals. Now, War Games probably doesn't believe in chemtrails, but does believe that, there's a lot of chemicals in the environment, and that's just the way life is. Well, you're the mindless, dribble-brained idiots, War Games, that sit there and accept this idea that we're being polluted, and it's okay. I hate to pick on you, but you're really a target for being picked on. But yeah, you just don't understand that they're killing off the planet, and it's not fun. I wish we could convince you of that. But we can't. We've tried. So you think Biden's out of the race? I don't think he'll be moving forward. I don't think there's going to be one leader. I think it's going to be like 4 people all equally vying all the way to the tip of the end of the... I think it'll be between Kamala Harris, Bernie Sanders, Biden. I don't think I don't think Beto is going to get through it, but the Democrats are so stupid they may overlook the fact that Beto wanted to hurt children in a story he wrote, that he wanted to hurt people. Yeah. The Democrats don't even talk among their people, so Beto might be in the top 4 too. Damn. I can't grow up. Not when a personal. Your stupidity reigns supreme in this room. You almost look and act like a person who's a complete and utter status quo establishment suck up. You represent that to me. I just everything you say disputes the growing awareness that is really breeding in this room. You say no to everything I say. No. There's no chemtrails. No, there's no false flags. No, there's none of that. No. But that's just your way. I mean, I have to accept the fact that some people are steeped in absolute programming and brainwashing, and they can't get out of it. It's hard for me to accept that, but if I want to be the best person I can be, I have to accept the fact that you Trump-tards are sitting out there with no clue. So I'll just accept it, because I am Mr. Right.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt. Oh, you're Mr. Right, too good. Just turn my world around, cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. Mr. Right, too good to be true.
Donald Trump is likely in better shape than 90% of the public who sits at home on the internet all day. Are you unable to look at a obese man and say, yeah, the guy is grossly obese? Yeah. Well, I bring them up all the time. False flags seem to be the thing I talk about, so you just don't talk about them. So your lack of discussion there implies that you don't believe any of them. I have to read between your words because you don't have any words. You have a TED Talk coming up here. I don't really do TED Talks. Whatever it's about. Could you tell me what it's about? Pizdets? Cancer-causing chemical found in water where California wildfires occurred. Yeah, I saw that earlier. Huh. Amazing. Look at that. Cancer-causing chemical. Hey! That's why all these people can't go back to their houses. Oh, too bad. They found a cancer-causing chemical in the ground, as if there wasn't all kinds of dangerous chemicals in dioxin even in some of the electrical equipment that blew. Yeah. But, oh yeah, so there's a good reason now to shut down the whole area. Oh yeah, it makes total sense, right? They burned the entire area to crisp, killing all those people, so they could draw energy from the area. Yeah. They actually have a gas that they want to convert. There's a whole gas line. Misanthropy found a fracking map that covers the whole California area. So if they found toxic stuff there, that people can't go back to their houses because they want gas down there. Yeah. This is the way that rich people acquire land. They burn it. Trump isn't virile at all. I doubt he could even get it up if he tried. Are you kidding me? That's your sense of virality? Okay. Everyone knows that a man who has to cheat on his wife can't get it up. That's like a given. And I mean, get it up. Seriously, he hasn't. I doubt he's been intimate with Melania either. He's probably very frustrated. I understand that Trump reads a tremendous amount of porn. Or not read, because nobody reads porn, right? You watch it. Yeah. Trump's said he can't watch enough porn. People have talked about it. He's actually said it.
Continue to give these guys a pass.
Mika, you and I both know Ivanka Trump. Ivanka Trump has raised her hand as the champion for women in this White House. Stormy Daniels, how you feel about her career choice is neither here nor there. She didn't commit a crime. She supported herself. She supported her child. Do you wonder where Ivanka's voice is here?
I do. It's a fact, by the way, that Stormy Daniels got the payment through Michael Cohen from Donald Trump, which he lied about at first. I wonder where Ivanka's voice is on a number of issues. But back to the Rudy story, I'll tell you a couple of things. First of all, the hypocrisy is astounding, because I know someone who spoke to Donald Trump recently about life in the White House, and Donald Trump's biggest complaint was that he's not allowed to watch porn in the White House. So there you go. There's a little bit of news for you.
There you have it, folks. You heard it from the horse's mouth. MSNBC talking about Donald Trump's addiction to porn. And on the Beltway, those stories get around. Now back to the destruction of the California coastline and how it interacts with the 5G plus EMP safe net. Well, they're two different topics completely. Yeah, PG&E is looking for gas lines, deep fracking. They acquired a lot of land this way. The 5G network is something that they want to integrate into our system that could veritably be weaponized. And my concern is that this technology is completely unsafe and untested. And I'm not the only one screaming about it. There's a lot of people screaming about it right now all over the country and around the world. Amazon Echo's listening, recording what you say and converting it to text where it would be more useful and need a lot less data to transmit. Yeah, probably so. Yeah, you gave me the full PDF file of the Mueller report. Thanks. Well, we know that the sex the dossier, the sex dossier, was mentioned in the Mueller report, which is interesting, but no one actually advanced any, suggested any real things happened with the dossier. I think Mueller purposely overlooked the dossier. That's what it looks like to me. And it seems that Mueller didn't look in a lot of places, like the tax returns and the money laundering case that Manafort was going to serve trial on. Never did. So I'm assuming Mueller is working for the Russians and the Zionists as well as Barr. So this obstruction is so deep now in our country that we are literally looking at a corruption at the highest realm of our government, much like we did under Richard Nixon. It's not unusual. We've been there before. We can get through this, but it's going to take an active Democratic Congress to make this move and move in quick direction. This is what has to happen. I will address the 5G network and my concept of an EMP safe in just a second. We actually need to develop relay information that is solid from the redactions that are being hidden from Congress. So once Congress sees the redactions, pieces together what's solid, we get that case front forward so that the Republicans can listen to it. And the Republicans of the Senate are open to this. We then move on an impeachment in the Democratic House, which I think would be an overwhelming landslide impeachment. It would be much like when Bill Clinton was impeached by the Republicans, the same kind of thing. And then it immediately goes to the Senate, and they're going to be the ones to decide the fate of this country. But I really believe that we can't rely on Barr as a final word in anything, because he's clearly not objective. He's totally subjective, and it's proven to be overtly by writing a letter to Rod Rosenstein. And Rod Rosenstein got the bane of humor today. He was, some people said that he sat there like a stiff. Twitter was running all over the place. A bunch of people were looking at this going, this is the thing that was really hitting Twitter fast. Rod Rosenstein looked deadpan as William Barr spoke and Twitter took note. Yeah, it's like he didn't even move. He just sat there and it's like he's frozen. So what's going on there? We're wondering if he's an MK Ultra victim. He's like completely frozen. Look at this. I think he's in a trance. He's drugged or something. I mean, that's got to be the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. I'm not allowed to see anything because if I do, I'm wondering if I'll be allowed to exist as a human being. You got to wonder if he's under pressure, like threat. Okay, thanks. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I was like spooked. Yeah, we condition people to accept things. Look at this newest generation. They don't care about privacy at all because they grew up without it. And they're trying to groom a lot of young people to believe in social credits. And we are all aware that social credits will eventually be discriminating. Some of you won't be able to drive, to outside of the country. Like in China, you have to have a social credit score to even leave the country. No, that wasn't stage fright. I think the guy was completely mesmerized. They probably had him under a radio frequency control or something. Bzz, bzz, bzz. You got to wonder. He was probably raising objection to the whole thing, and they just said, Rod, could you go over here and we're going to calibrate this collar and put it around his neck. And they put it around his neck, and it was like, have you seen that technology that Chris Angel uses it on stage? I saw him do, he asked all these women, like 6 women, to wear this necklace that he offered them. Everyone got a necklace. Yeah, we probably told it crap, shut the heck, exactly, but everyone got a necklace, and Chris Angel proceeded to shut down their voice boxes. And there's a radio frequency control system that can actually zap your voice box, interrupt your brainstem from telling your voice box what to say. You can't even speak. The words don't come out. Your lungs don't work with your vocal cords. I mean, seriously. I love the birds. Thank you for giving me that link. Many people don't realize that the birds were part of a military program hijacked. Literally, the birds filmed in a studio in Laurel Canyon that was run by the FBI. The entire 60s movement was jump-started by a government propaganda tool. I was shocked to find this out. Everybody in the birds were all related to the military. Even Jim Morrison, his dad was the commander of a ship that was attacked in Vietnam that started the Vietnam War. And some people say it wasn't attacked at all. Jim Morrison, was the son of a famous commander. Or the Grateful Dead. There's talk that all of those people in the Grateful Dead, Bob Weir and Jerry Garcia, they were all children of Nazis. There's a solid bit of evidence on that if you Google children of Nazis. You have been banned. A generation of narcissists willing to give up every detail about themselves if it will make their life slightly more convenient, at the same time becoming more and more helpless and mindless. Yeah, you said a mouthful there, yeah. You mind if I copy that and add it to my notes? Thanks. Notice how I didn't really ask your permission. Just kidding. I will say, I will give you a quote from Misanthropy. Yeah, I'm taking little vignettes to piece together. That's pretty funny. Hey, here's a really good one. Came in earlier from Mad's mom, and I'm going to reiterate it because it really says it all. As of today, dun, 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 dun. As of today, no wall, no new immigration law, no revised immigration laws, no H-1B visas canceled, no DACA repealed, no birthright anchor baby repeal, no sanctuary cities lawsuits, no e-verify requirement, no border closure, no cancellation of the visa lottery, no arrest of any swamp creatures or elite pedos, no stop to chemtrails, human trafficking, or CIA drug running, no stop with the 5G, GMO food, vaccines, fluoride, chemtrails, no support for Assange or WikiLeaks. This all describes Donald Trump. Isn't that well stated? Yeah. I believe Bob is. Bob is a spy, a Trump spy. Bob's not too smart.
Okay.
He can't.
The other day, SpaceX Falcon Heavy launched, and they landed all 3 of their boosters successfully. Of course, the footage cut out on the landing on the ship out in the ocean, but they filmed these 2, and I guess from all the work from the New Zealand shooting I've been doing, I saw something interesting on both of these, but especially this one right here. Let's see here. I'll pause it right there, and if you zoom in, you can see a line right here.
I see that.
Both sides.
I see that, yeah.
Down. Right here, right here. Because I always thought these things were CGI.
Yeah, I see that.
So
See it?
when you get
It's
up
very
real
distinct,
close,
right along there.
you can kind of see a line there, all the way around, like a box.
I see a line. I see a line.
Screen
It looks like a
capture,
giant,
played
you know
around.
what? Yeah, it's a phallic symbol.
Let's bring it over here. Played around with it, different settings to try to isolate that box I saw. If you look, right there, isn't that interesting? A box all the way around encompassing.
Look at that.
You can kinda see it
Totally,
curves right here. Curves right here.
totally painted
Straight
in.
up,
Thank you, Ben. Great song.
straight
Epic.
down.
Well, if that doesn't show you CGI, they're war games, I don't know what does.
So,
Wow. See, war games still in denial.
what do you guys think?
Oh,
CGI or not?
CGI. Thank you. But War Games doesn't believe anything. You could lay everything out perfectly and War Games still wouldn't believe it. Those rockets are to distribute chemicals into the atmosphere. You're right. I was looking at the Iridium rocket blast over Los Angeles. Yeah, LA. Remember that one? That was definitely a distribution of particulates, massive. I wouldn't doubt they use those to create the evaporation zone that is California. Mr. Dehydration in operation. Look at that. Yeah, unfortunately I have to mute this because otherwise they'll monetize me. This is a time-lapse photography of this massive distribution of chemicals. Look at that. Across the sky of Los Angeles. Now, whether they're integrating these heavy metals with the 5G network will be debatable. May be looking at more powerful tools at manipulating the atmosphere. But it does seem like this is a choreographed effort to actually seed the upper atmosphere and the ionosphere with heavy metals, use radar and radiation electromagnetic frequency alterations in the ionosphere to manipulate the weather. And worse, to poison us. Sticking Donald Trump in the office to babble and tweet every day is the least of their worries. Okay, we got a few things coming up for tonight. Jeffersonian Girl, different hoax, parody remix. Notre Dame burns child raping truth. That's interesting. This just came in from Scissor Fight. Possibility that there's child rapists at Notre Dame Cathedral and they were burning the proof and evidence. That may have some merit. We'll find out tonight. Evidence of arson and foreknowledge at the Notre Dame Inferno. Pretty much that Michelle Obama drinking in the glass, toasting to the burning of the cathedral while she's on a cruise that day. Too coincidental. Too weird. All of this points to a willful effort to prove the power of these elitists who want to rule the world and tell everybody what's going to happen next. Yeah, those landings in Florida were a complete joke. None of those rockets landed on their own, with their own landing on their own pedestal. That's absurd. If you believe that, you'll believe anything. Make corporations, not customers, suffer for data breaches. Yeah, I agree. PC, Security Watch, make corporations suffer. Whenever there's a huge data breach or other security scare, we ask what can people do to protect themselves. Stop getting pop-up screens. We need to stop asking what the victim can do and put the burden where it belongs on the companies that allowed the breaches to happen. Yeah. Cambridge Analytica, well, let's blame Facebook. What can I do to be safe? Just turn your entire computer off and go to bed. Your smear campaign won't last a second. You got nothing. You got me fighting for the rights of homeless people on screen. Yeah. Boy, that's a tough one. You're going to have a hard time with that one. I got a little pissed off that day. I'll admit that. Well, when somebody doesn't understand something as important as being homeless, I think we have to address those issues. Yeah, a lot of Republicans don't care about homeless people. We got people in the room right now that are barely able to feed themselves. I'm not going to name names, but you know who you are, and it's tough. You keep sending me this hangout. Could you tell me what it is? The hangout? I've had like 4 of these hangouts already. TED Talks is not something I play in the show. The Yankees banned Kate Smith's God Bless America over a history of potential racism. Seriously? Okay, we're rounding up on our links tonight. American singer Kate Smith, who sang in the rendition of Irving Berlin's God Bless America, The anti-racism efforts of the New York Yankees have extended to pulling from their 7th inning stretch a famous recording of legendary Kate Smith singing God Bless America. They were made aware of Smith's history of potential racism, where she sang Pickaninny Heaven, a jingle about black children where, among other things, they fantasize about great big watermelons. Wow. So the New York Yankees are so worried about Kate Smith, they just extract that from their history books. Shows you what kind of people they are. That's a shame. Well, we're just processing some links here, sorry. We've got a little document, 400 and some odd pages to read. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to do that. Do you mind me just speed reading Mueller's document? It took him 2 years, wasted our time. Hang on just a second. It won't take me long. Well, Steve Bannon was mentioned. This is a huge redaction. Look at the redaction. This is all stuff related to Roger Stone. So how convenient it was to throw Roger Stone, the scapegoat, into the lineup and then use that as a reason to redact the entire document. You see what the Republicans are up to? There's not a stitch of evidence drawing Roger Stone into any direct correlation with the WikiLeaks documents. Not one has been presented. Even the indictments of Roger Stone seem spurious at best. And all of these redactions, according to Barr, are related to Roger Stone. You gotta be kidding me. This is ridiculous. And then you go all the way to the bottom of the document. This is insane. All right, I'm gonna pass on that and do it later. I'm at 6,000 words per minute, but my retention drops to 0 at a certain point. Yeah, I'll agree with all the Republicans that Roger Stone was a worthless fall guy. Yeah. And that we should pursue a case against the Democrats and Hillary Clinton and John Podesta. For sure. But you see, Republicans can't seem to get that. They don't understand Donald Trump won't prosecute Hillary Clinton because Donald Trump is owned by the deep state. Yet all these Republicans are still standing there going, oh no, QAnon says something other than that. Well, QAnon was what CIA came up with to somehow frame Donald Trump as the champion against the deep state. Remember, the CIA will plan every attack against themselves. They love to be in charge. Bedtime, good night, sleep well. Nope, we don't have any questions or answers to really deal with it. You know, I do fun stuff like take a look at pictures of Jesus. Now, you got to admit, this is going to freak a lot of people out, but that really does look like some sort of a deity in the middle of the fire. But I don't think it was Jesus. That looks more like Satan to me, or Lucifer or something. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Yeah, isn't that weird though? Hey, big guy. Yeah. The fire. And just to think that Michelle Obama was sitting there drinking an enjoyable Chardonnay. Or maybe that was just adrenochrome. Maybe she had a glass full of adrenochrome there that she was drinking. Maybe that's, Michelle's way of saying, the sweet taste of evil. Yes. Michel la transgender, olse dulce. Yeah, look at this woman. She's toasting to the destruction of Notre Dame. Isn't that sick?
So I just want to make sure that
we got a video, a young woman who actually is a very good impersonator of Alexa and all kinds of fun stuff. She's going to be talking to a weirdo. It used to be guys would call up women and do heavy breathing. Now women call up guys and do the same thing just to get YouTube hits. Yeah. Isn't it amazing? It slices, it dices, it makes mounds and mounds of coleslaw. Got some good songs coming up at the top of the hour. Turn, Turn, Turn by the Byrds. Yeah. And Emerson, Lake and Palmer, From the Beginning. I love that song. Yeah. If you haven't heard these songs, it's fair use and all, you really should hear them. They're little cuts of rock and roll gold that if you haven't heard them, this is your chance. No matter how young you are, you're going to get old eventually. And you'll probably want to look back on times that you didn't really get a chance to listen to. I know I used to listen to my dad's era, the big band era, because I never had a chance to hear it. But, you know, you'll someday look back at the 60s and go, wow, what were they all about? I like the era. I don't think we need to do some sort of a, that looks like a Brokeback Mountain song, Zeno. Are you transgender? Or you want to be transgender? Have you considered having your penis removed? Okay, let's start with this song. Okay, let's do it. Bellyache. Oh yeah, that's a good one too. This Billie Eilish is just so absolutely unique. I will say that about her music. Yeah, she's really different. It's not Brokeback. It's Ram Ranch. Well, he sends me this picture. Check this out. He says this isn't Brokeback Mountain. He sends me Ram Ranch. And he sends me this guy dressed like this, and he says it's not gay. You see how screwed up this guy is? I mean, clearly you're an incel. Yeah, you seriously have some problems, buddy. You're having an identity problem. You're having what is called homosexual panic. You're not sure if you're gay or not. Why would a cowboy want to be? That's like asking, why would a biker want to be gay? Well, 50% of all bikers out there are gay. They're homosexuals. They want to pretend like they're tough bikers, but they're gay. Everyone knows that. I've got neighbors in my area that ride their motorcycle. The louder the muffler, the gayer they are. I would think you'd know that half of the cowboys out there are homosexual. Half the football players might be. We don't know. But who cares, really? I mean, does it really matter what they do in the privacy of their own sick world? When you think about it? I would say anything to their face. I got plenty to back it up, buddy. Yeah. You don't scare me. I bet you do. Go for it. Hey, I don't like your name. You sound like you got erectile dysfunction and suffer from phallic symbol-itis or something. I don't play any of that stuff. Strictly heterosexual music on our show. Now, Billie Eilish, I don't know, she seemed kind of lesbian to me. But she may be heterosexual. And I really don't care. It doesn't matter. She's a unique person, I'll tell you that. It's not, really. Well, why would a guy be standing there with his chaps on, with his bare shirt? Come on. And Ram. I mean, well, I'll play it later. It's got 4 million hits. It's got something going on. I'll play it. All right, I just won't show any of the screen. Yeah. Yep. So this has been great. Great show. We didn't really have to talk about anything because it was only one thing to talk about. I was bare chested in the hot tub video. Doesn't make me gay. I can't get in a hot tub with, shirt on. That would be gay. It wasn't a hot tub, it's a swim spa, anyway. Yeah. Of course, you wouldn't know that, would you? No, you wouldn't. Do you not play that Ram song? Okay, I take it you got the right attitude. Thank you very much. Thank you, Scissor Fight. I agree. We have removed the Ram song from the lineup tonight. Yeah, so you people suffering from gay exposure to too much gayness, you can leave. By the way, in case you're wondering, I'm not pro-LGBTQ, okay? I'm pro-legalization of marijuana. Yeah. That's different. I'm pro-LGLization. Yes. So always remember that. We're not pro-LGBT, we're pro-legalization. Thank you. Ram Bam, thank you, Dan. Gay Ram song. There you go. We've had more than enough to convince us that this song is gay. Oh, sneak one more. I can't. Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Really? You're asking for a full lineup. You guys have been seriously Trumpicized. I think a lot of you are suffering from severe Trumpitis, a lack of support, not realizing finally that Trump's not supporting what you believe in. Yeah, I think we got some healing to do. Musical healing is what we need as a nation. Give a little bit. Yeah, that kind of thing. Trump has done too many flip-flops for everybody. We're reaching the edge of our reality check. And then we all know that Trump is being controlled by Russia, and that's not becoming evident. They're hiding from it. Well, I called it a hot tub because it was more appealing to the average person. Very few people know what a swim spa is. But fiscal hot tub does technically qualify it. You see, swim spa is in the category of hot tub, so technically you're correct. Don't hold your phone near your head or it will cause brain cancer. All right, I think we've given you some tips for important stuff that we're talking about. Unlike Tom Wheeler, I don't support the 5G network. This guy is a zealot who does.
The United States will be the first country in the world to open up high-band spectrum for 5G networks and applications. And that's damn important, because it means that
more profits for corporations, and that's damn important. Who cares about your brain tumors? That's kind of where he was going with that, but he didn't say that. I didn't know deal with the cops are so bad. They have a bad attitude. I don't even want to talk to any of them. I think most of the cops in my city are really dirty, lazy. Ivan, yeah, don't talk to cops. Cops don't have anything intelligent to say. If they were intelligent, they wouldn't be cops. It's a known fact that if cop goes through an entrance process, if they have a higher than 107 IQ, they can't work in the police force. Or let's call it the police farce, okay? Thanks. We so don't need these traffic cops. They're so useless. You see, as our country gets more technological, we should be ramping up our social efforts to make it more favorable to the individual, not allow them to come in with drones and fly above your heads. Obama authorized 20,000 drones by 2030. Over our head. 20,000 drones will be flying over our head. Obama was the biggest New World Order puppet we had had up to that point. Prior to that, Ronald Reagan was a puppet for the New World Order. When he found out he was doing that, and he didn't realize he was a paid-for actor, Ronald Reagan was shot in the chest, nearly killed by John Hinckley Jr., who was commissioned by the New World Order to kill him. Yeah. John Hinckley Jr. was at George H.W. Bush's house the night before he killed or attempted to kill Ronald Reagan. And now he's walking free in Maryland. Can you imagine shooting a president and walking in Leisure World or wherever the hell his mom and he live in Maryland? He goes to stores and shops, just like anyone else. Yeah, most cops are just above normal. The average score nationally for police officers is 21 to 22, the equivalent of an IQ of 104. Slightly above average, exactly. They don't have anything to say because they're just there to take orders, and oftentimes they misinterpret their orders. Okay, can we look at Solpay one more time? Sure. Some of you have developed kind of an odd fixation on the fake character Solpay, who was recently arrested in a string of alleged threats to Columbine. Yeah. Now the irony here is, well, supposedly she killed herself, which is very convenient considering, dead people don't tell tales. But she doesn't look 18 to me. She looks about 28, 30, I'll say. I'll even settle on 30. I was saying 40 last night, but you have been removed from the show. You are not allowed to actually come into the show ever again. She does look about 30, yeah. Yeah, she killed herself while running through the woods naked. I mean, what? Sure. And what exactly did she do other than threaten Colorado, Columbine, and other areas? It's just another way they could rehash the Columbine story so that they make us all fearful of terrorism again. I doubt that she's even real. I would not doubt that she is an AI system character that was just created out of thin air. I seriously wouldn't doubt it. I showed you the pictures of all these characters that AI can create on the moment's notice. They don't exist, these people. I seriously think she's just one of those characters. Yeah, well, I don't want to take away your gun rights. And Trump is starting to talk about taking away your gun rights. Kermit Crimes got in. You got to help me out. David, why is Zeno being attacked? Because he put himself out there. Everyone knows that anyone who's out there is going to be attacked. I like Ronald Reagan as a person.
Well, if I could say a good word about Ronald Reagan, the first thing I'd say is that he liked jelly beans, which happened to cause Alzheimer's. They found that the red dye, number 40, has a contributing factor in memory loss. So while Ronald Reagan was eating all of those jelly beans, he was losing his marbles.
I don't like him as a person, no. I consider him very, this whole incel thing is self-piteous. If a person hasn't had sex, then that's their problem, then they own it. They should just stop talking about it, deal with it. I was a celibate for 8 years. I didn't run around telling my friends, yeah, I can't get laid. Nobody wants to get laid. I didn't want to get laid, frankly. I was kind of burned out by the first girlfriend I had. Serious girlfriend. Oh, yeah. It was no big deal. You got to understand, I was in the early era of Mr. X, the origin of AIDS and the HIV process. They called him Mr. X, who the person was that first had sex with the green monkey. We used to think that Mr. X had sex with a green monkey. That's how AIDS came into existence. Yeah, jelly beans have a lot of dye in them. That's the problem. Moving back to the AIDS epidemic, some people believe that AIDS may have been a technology glitch in protein synthesis of viruses, and they decided they liked it, so they just went ahead and distributed it. There are a lot of people that believe that AIDS was created to cull our population. No, actually not during the 80s and 90s. Heterosexuals, in fact, to this day, heterosexuals are getting AIDS all the time. Well, son of Alpo, I'm the only guy that is building a political movement, and you can actually get me on the ballot in your state. Or if you want to do something, just go to your state's Secretary of State and see how much it costs for me to become a write-in candidate. Get started there. And if I have to pay a fee, contact me and see what I have to pay, and I'll pay the fee to become a write-in candidate in your state. Then you can start lobbying for me. Otherwise, just kick back and watch, because the whole world's going up in a crap house of flames. Yeah, we're just going to sit back and watch. I've got a pretty good seat to watch the apocalypse. Yeah. It's not as good as Michelle when the burning of the Cathedral of Notre Dame on the coast on her river raft trip through Paris. Yeah, well, the fact is, the green monkey cell that has been used in almost all virus manipulation since 1997, when they developed synthetic virus manipulation, DNA alterations that were possible after 1997. Prior to that, they were experimenting. They might have been doing this as early as the 80s, in the early stages, and that's pretty much where that came from. They took a green monkey cell from 1957 and replicated it in petri dishes. It's the standard for all vaccines today. This one green monkey has been in the bodies of every human being on Earth, except for people that avoided vaccines after 1965. Prior to 1965, the vaccines were derived from something other than a green monkey cell. But it was 1957, actually. Maybe it was the green monkey cell. Who knows? You're not allowed to talk about that here. Yeah, that's a mutable offense. I'm not committing a human rights violation by not giving you a way out of your incel life. Incel being involuntarily celibate. I'm not. You're saving your life by being an incel. Yeah, sex is way overrated. Your problem is you think it's something better than it is. And you're living in this dreamland of wanting it so bad that you'll never ever know what it's like. Well, we are going to decriminalize prostitution, so yeah, we think it should be illegal. Absolutely. Must watch 100% proof of vaccination propaganda. Excellent. 5 minutes. Got that in the lineup. Okay, we're now heading into the media section. We're watching videos and looking at stuff for the next 4 hours. So I'll be in the show to chat with all of you. Hope this wasn't too much for you to handle.
Hello, dear friends. I have a really good one for you today.
Okay, we got a vaccination propaganda story here from Amaterasu Sofar. Cool. I'll add that to our list tonight. Okay, without further ado, let's kick into gear. Here is the entire report if you want to read it. I don't think there's anything worth reading in the report. It's not complete. In my opinion, Mueller didn't do enough. He missed so many different areas that needed to be investigated, like Manafort's money laundering with the Russian oligarchs, the 10 years of tax returns that Donald Trump didn't seem to, want to release, even though he said, I have no problem releasing 10 years of my tax return. I got another one? Okay. I watched Barr's conference. I'll be playing portions of it tonight. I think Barr looks more like Porky Pig myself, but if you think he looks like Krist Novoselic, I don't know. That's a stretch. Yeah, I don't see how he could possibly look like that guy. Weird. All right. Lufthansa. Mike Decker, more photographs of the terrible sprays over the Wyoming area. Okay. No, he's not related to Roseanne Barr. He's just a shill for the New World Order. William Barr is one of these bureaucrats that just kind of kept his nose clean over the years, and then was used as a key person to cover up and obstruct justice. Wow, look at the close-up this guy does on his camera. He's really got a really good camera, and so do you, Scissorfight. You do great stuff, too. You see chemtrails over your house just like he sees them in Wyoming. It's not a contrail, it is a chemtrail. You've been muted. That's a bannable offense, too. Some of you are deciding that chemtrails don't exist, really don't need to be in the room. Now, I've even created chemtrailparty.com for those of you who can actually research it. And, you know, if you're really out to lunch, which it seems some of you are, you might as well order a nice, healthy dose of intelligent thought and read the links. Go to chemtrailparty.com and click the link button. It'll take you to other information. I'm going to be updating the site pretty soon, but there's a really good link here, too. All right. Thank you. And don't forget, you can also see our show and play with the interface at coolrock.com. That's a fun one. Cool Rock online community. We've added Scissorfight's second link here. Scissorfight's music and his second link from last night that he brought us. Really good music. Yep. He's got the second movement there and a bunch of things that he's been working on. Awesome. Thank you. Okie dokie. See you guys tomorrow for Freedom Friday, starting at 5. And I will be posting my super pasta salad tonight at the wee hours of 2 in the morning. So if you guys want to catch it tomorrow, you can go to my David John Sponheim site and get it. All right. See you guys later. Have a good one.
Gonna make you feel good, gonna make you feel good, gonna make you mine. Gonna make you feel good, gonna make you feel good, gonna make you mine.
We deserve a better government, one that addresses the real concerns of its people. Now, it seems, so much news is fake, twisting what America stands for. Let's protect our gun rights against media manipulation. Let's get back to what really matters. Secure, safe schools, fencing, and security for our youth, and a clean environment for everyone. Join us nightly as we discuss America's most important concerns at America's Third Party.